Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Zoria Triglov, the extirpator of the Posh Lost Flow, and this is the Ikitursa show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry about that. My puppy has decided to take over the stream. Let me see what I can do. There we go. All right, so early. No, this is my normal time. Come on, puppy. This is now a dog stream. That's right. Dog stream, best stream. Get a better... Hey, man. Oops, sorry. I'd love to get a bigger computer chair. All right. Today, we are doing my favorite ship in the Abyss, the Ikitursa. Also, we are going to cover the Eve Frontiers keynote. Oops, shouldn't need that. All right. Hi, Zoria. Hi, Zoria. How are you? How are you? She's saying hi. She wants to say hi. All right. So, today is day 4 of Abyss Week, and today is the day I'm not on Twitch anymore. Why web and no paint? Because it just works out. Ganai worked some time on that fit, and in the end, the target painter doesn't end up mattering that much, and the webs can also be used defensively to get things away from you if you need to. Hi. You can always try it with a paint, but if I remember correctly, Ganai tried it and it just didn't work out quite as well with the paint. Yeah, I'm on YouTube now. All right. We have things to cover. We have some things to cover. The event has ended. The Drifter Crisis has... We're going to go with resolved. Not sure if that's necessarily an accurate statement, but we're going to talk about that a little bit first. We have patch notes. Oh, no, here we go. Here we have patch notes. I looked. There is no new news yet or anything like that. There's no follow-up on what's going on with the event. I assume that the filaments have stopped working because the Deathless has cut them off. However, we see the Nexus Reckoning has concluded with all 5 occupying factions in firm control of their respective wormholes. Select sites from the events will continue to appear. And nothing ever happens. That's correct. So this is actually interesting. These are the permanent, it seems to be permanent version of the event. Is just going to remain as different sites that are available. So we have the Vigilant Point, which is the that's the one with the 3 different pieces that can spawn drifters and officer loots in Pochvin that was based off of the Horizon Siege Point sites. The Observatory infiltration sites will now appear within low security Empire space in Pochvin. That's actually really good. Pochvin doesn't have enough stuff to do. So observatory infiltration sites being in Pochvin, I think, is actually really good. That is the one where you're at the Jovian Observatory and there's a bunch of traps and other stuff like that. So this is a good exploration site, I think, to remain. I'm very happy about that. Deep flow rift sites will continue to appear across New Eden and in wormholes. So basically everywhere. Deep flow rifts are the fishing site in Eve. You go there with tractor beams. I think I'm probably going to want to go do that soon, like next week maybe, maybe even this week. But you know, we got Abyss stuff to do. The deep flow rifts. It does look on Hobo Leaks. We can see here that the hostiles have been changed from sleepers back to rogue drones. So that seems to suggest that the Triglavians have gained the upper hand in whatever's happening in the Abyss against the Drifters. Because like it was originally rogue drones. Rogue drones work for the Trig. At least some of them do. and then it switched to sleepers during the crisis, and that's when we got that little jar that was like, oh my god, we're losing. And they also put in new caches for the deflow rifts. So while there's no new items that were put in, the actual boxes themselves have changed. And so, like, theoretically, the loot inside has changed, but I don't know what the loot is at the moment. But like I said, there's no new doodads that have been introduced. There is a new Kikimora expert system, which we can see comes with rapid firing 4, sharpshooting 4, motion prediction 3, surgical strike 3, control burst 3, trajectory analysis 3, weapons upgrade 4, spaceship command 4, social 3, connection 3, which is a weird choice for that. Mechanics 4, repair systems 4, hull upgrades 4, biology 3, shield operations 4. It's interesting that it gives you biology, so like if you take drugs after that, it'll be a little bit better. Capacitor systems operation 4, shield management 4, tactical shield manipulation 3, capacitor emission system 3, energy gear upgrades 4, shield upgrades 3, afterburners 4, fuel conservation 3, acceleration control 4, evasive maneuvering 4, warp drive operations 4, EM armor all of the armor compensations to 3, small precursor weapon to 4, and precursor destroyer 4. So this will make you a pretty decent Kikimora pilot. No, we do not know where this is from yet. We don't know if this is being sold. It is a 7-day, so I'm assuming that it would be sold on the market, like on the Plex store, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me just triple check. Hold on. It's not in the patch notes either. So, oh, I got to get my free skill points still. It's under services, right? Expert systems. Nope, no Kikimora here. So, unknown where it's going to come from. Contract has been assigned to me. Yay, more filaments. Now, these emission limiter blueprints, no, because the Nexus sites are gone. So the stuff that requires the emissions are gone. But the thing that requires the other doodads that we were getting, let's see, do I have any of them here? No. Anybody remember what the, muon resonance, right? It was resonance. Electron spin resonance. Yeah, there we go. So these things, the electron spin resonance, the muon cosmic resonance, and the tau decay resonance, those are the only things that are still useful because those are used in the Pochvin site. The one that the vigilant point or whatever. What was it again? Yeah, vigilance point. And then field rescue and deathless research outpost sites will remain within the Drifter-occupied Tabitzer system. I kind of like this. I mean, it's weird because, like, so it's a home front that's in low sec, but home fronts honestly use pretty cheap equipment. So it may not be that risky to do it, although anybody could come in and mess with you at any time. We did the Drifter Research Outpost as our major site when we were doing it during that event, during that phase of the event. However, we do read that the payouts received when completing the field rescue and the Deathless Research Outpost sites have been reduced. The field rescue is the salvage site, which, remember, there's still a home front for the salvage site. I wonder if this is reduced. So this is probably reduced because it's increased while it's in low sec. It's going to be interesting to see what the difference between the payout of the field rescue in Tabitzer is versus the salvage site in normal home fronts. Because if it's comparable, then why would you ever do the one in low sec when you could just do the one in high sec with less danger? Electo Tyrannos will now more aggressively use its smart bomb within the Vigilant Point site. So basically, one of the drifters that can show up in the Vigilance Point site is Electo Tyrannos, which if we go and we look at this, we can see that one of the officer mods that you can get from the drifters is Electo's modified medium multispectrum smart bomb. So it's a cruiser that has a smart bomb on it, and you can get the smart bomb. It's one of the more risky ones, I know, because like when it spawns, it can really hurt some people if you're nearby it, and drones. So, yep. They make it so it uses it more often. Do we see that in the notes? No. Interesting. Enemies and rewards within deep flow sites have been updated. So again, I'd like to see what that means, like what the updated is, what kind of stuff now drops in the deep flow rifts, because deep flow rifts have been kind of an interesting way for them to expose us to some lore. And Skybreaker, Tyrant Breaker skins and the Drifter Blood suits are now available on the market. We can see it right here that they've been given market groups. And of course, all of the filaments are now expired. And we can see all of the strings. They've been hit to expired. What's weird about that is, let's see a second. Because it doesn't look like the other description is finished. So let's see. These filaments will expire May 15th. So yeah, they didn't update the description. So this still says that they will expire on May 15th, which happened today. Not that they are expired. I wonder if they'll ever update that. But yeah, so we now live in a post-crisis world. Don't worry, crisis averted. And we don't know where that's going to go from here. So I don't actually know. Does anybody know if the Nexus sites are still spawning at all? Like what does it look like inside of a Drifter wormhole right now? I'm not seeing anything. I don't see any talking about it in Arataka Research Consortium. I'm just wondering whether or not wait. What is this? Somebody has a Baba Raga fit here. Anyway, can't get distracted. I'm just curious because, like, you know, obviously the Nexus is where the pickup sticks were. And so I wonder whether or not the Nexus sites are still spawning, because I'm kind of curious as to what the status of the pickup sticks are. Hey, what's up, Party Foul? Although I'm definitely not prepared to go check that out today. Today we are looking at a very expensive fit. You know, the last 3 days I've been giving you guys what I could consider to be recommendations. You know, obviously the starter Gila's a very good fit. Although I want to point out, because a couple people have now lost it in the Abyss. One thing I will say is that every single battleship in the Abyss, don't kite any of them, right? You want to get in tight. You want to get in under their guns. You want to get damage on them fast. Because generally speaking, the battleships are damaged, but in a lot of cases, they also have the ability to rep themselves. So like everything besides basically the Drifter battleship will immediately start repairing themselves as soon as you come into the room. So like, for instance, with the Lashak room, it can be the fastest room or it can be the hardest room, depending on whether or not you let them get you under control. So as I've said many times, every problem in the Abyss is solved first by overheating. Going to check out any of the CCP stream from today. Was there what did the CCP stream have? Is there a reason why I should? I must have missed that one. Let me double check. Oh, the Stronger Orcs video. Yeah, we could. I mean, like, was there anything valuable presented in that video? We could look at it. It's an hour and a half, though. I was planning on looking at. We were planning on watching the FanFest keynote. They showed the new ships and changes. Okay. Well, I'll let you guys choose. Do we want to watch the Legion keynote or do we want to watch the Frontier keynote today? We can do the other one tomorrow. So whichever one we don't do today, we can do tomorrow. I will have to change the name of the stream if we decide to do the Legion in Focus video. Can I do a poll? Hold on. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Aha! Hold on. Which to review today? Legion in Focus or Frontiers keynote from FanFest? Start poll. Boom. All right. So we will go ahead and vote in that poll. Again, whichever one wins, we'll cover that today. Whichever one doesn't win, we'll cover tomorrow. So no biggie. Okay. So, you know, on Monday, we went over the Firestorm, the Exo Firestorm Gila, which is a good entry-level ship for players to learn about the Abyss. It is about 500 million ISK. That's probably true. Then on Tuesday, we covered the Stormbringer, which is the brain-dead high-tier abyssal ship because it hits everything all at once and dies to potatoes. We covered all that. It was kind of exciting. And then, no, if we get 50-50, then I just go, I guess we're not interested in either. So I just quit. No, I'm just kidding. And then on Wednesday, we covered the Dark Cerberus, which is by far my favorite missile ship in the Abyss, and it just feels like a baller. Today we go after my guilty little pleasure. Some people say that the Ikitursa is not the best ship in the Abyss. I don't care. Like, sometimes you just want to fly an Ikitursa. It feels strong. It feels good. Now, I'm probably, just as a spoiler, probably not going to do any Tier 5 Abyss today. Tier 5 Abyss is the top tier that it can do. But A, I didn't prepare for it. But more importantly, B, like, I want to show you guys what it can do and maybe talk a little bit about the Abyss. But, like, Tier 5 also requires a lot of attention and focus. And I want to, like, it's been a long time since I've done this stuff. So trying to run a stream and do Tier 5s probably isn't going to happen today. However, as I said before, I'm more interested in running Abyss in the future. And so I imagine that we will definitely hit that up then. Because like I said, if I'm going to lose a ship, I want it to be while I'm on stream. So at least I get the content out of it. But let us begin with some Tier 3 just to see what it's like. The nice thing about this ship is, like, well, the major vulnerability of this ship is, going to be probably its tank. It does have dual cap batteries and dual NOSes, so it's fairly resistant to cap problems. However, it can still be killed. I've got dual rep, and it's really good at hitting things. I guess, I don't know. I'll show you it. If you really want to dunk T3s, it's really good. I do have some extra hard shell. Jesus, I have 20 hard shell. Why do I have 20 hard shell? Let me dock up and fix that. Trying to kill him? What? Who, me? So, as I said on Monday, the reason why you go with Firestorms, be it Ikitursa or Gila, is because this T3 Firestorm is... Oh, I do both? No, OM just wants me to be here until, like, midnight. That's fine. You guys want me to stream more. And I really, you know what, honestly, I really appreciate, like, the excitement and interest in me streaming more that people have been communicating. I will say that, you know, if you definitely, like, want me to stream more, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, consider becoming a member. If a member yells at me about streaming more, then I take it a lot more seriously, to be frank. No. Yeah. We're continuing to ramp up. We're like a Triglavian ship on this stream. You know, we ramp up every cycle. We got bills to pay. That's right. I've got guinea pigs to feed. Especially with everything going on in the world, I'm concerned about losing the support that I have for my housing and stuff, but that's a conversation for another day. Today, we're talking about fierce firestorms. Or at least right now we are. I mean, 8-hour streams are awesome. Okay. So, once again, the reason why we're going with firestorms is because it's 500,000 ISK a filament, which means everything that I pull is just gravy, right? It's just all of its profit. So, let's go ahead and make some profit. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, hold on. Renewing Rodivas. Now, what's going to be fun is if you go back to the different videos of the last week, and you can see how much faster this ship kills things than some of the others. Also, I need Peld running. I countercycle my reps, just because anytime you have reps, it's good to countercycle them, i.e. you start them at different times, so that way they are hitting your cap at different times. There's Peld. It's on Ash. Great. I personally use my drones almost exclusively to kill the biocache while in the abyss here. And this is a Deviant Automata suppressor, so I gotta be ready to pull them in real quick. Just like that. That renewing Rediva is really far out there. That's crazy. Ooh. So 3 million and a raging firestorm. So I got a tier 4 firestorm. So the game's already being like, hey, you should probably step it up a notch. Right now we're just doing tier 3. This is my first run of the day, so I'm doing it in tier 3. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, kill some boars in Ironforge. We are going to step up, though, to at least tier 4. If I get a tier 5 Firestorm filament at some point today, then we can step up to that. But honestly, this ship, like, cooks well in tier 3. So, sorry, I messed up. There is a question of, like, so when do you switch ammo? You know? When do I switch from long-range ammo to short-range ammo? How much ramp is it worth? Like, is it worth keeping the long-range ammo going if you're ramped up? The answer is always switch. Like, there's almost no amount of ramping on the long-range ammo that makes it so you don't want to switch to short-range ammo when you get close enough. No, although, technically speaking, I think that the changes coming on the 27th might help with the Ikitursa a little bit. Firewatchers. So remember, the Firewatchers yesterday were pretty spooky because they can cap you out. And this one, like, this fit is one of the things that makes this fit so expensive is the fact that I love to have a long-range web. I love to have a web that's longer range than their web, so that way I can web people off if I need to. But right now, I'm just going to kill them. How did my reps get synced? One of them must be faster than the other. The link, the fit link down below is slightly different than this one. just because I do have abyssal mods, and so I put up the non-abyssal version of those mods in the workbench fit. And chaotic gamma. See, I could run these all day. The Ikitursa will dunk T3s. I also, on the workbench, I do have my implant set, which is pretty much the best in slot implant set for any Triglavian players. Really, any armor. Oof. That good thing that killed it before I got out of range. There's a gray cloud up there. So the implant set that I have is very expensive. It's a big piece of what makes this fit so expensive. It's mostly high-grade Asclepians, although I do have 2 mid-grades in the higher ends. Not the Omega, but the other two, Gamma and Epsilon, I think. But all the other ones, the Ogdeneye Defender, Ogdeneye, the webbing one, like, it's basically considered to be best in slot, period, for a armor turret ship. So anytime I'm running with Triglavian ships, not in non-dangerous environments, I'll use that implant set because it's so strong. Basically, what I like to do is I take any fit from Eve Workbench or whatever that's Triglavian, especially like the Drex or whatever, and I'll remove 1 repper off of it, and then just like put whatever I need to in there, like an entropic disintegrator or something, or entropic radiation sink, because my Asclepians compensate for that difference. I could go after extraction nodes and subnodes, and I do have a tractor beam, so I should probably start doing that. Two rooms down in just about 6.5 minutes. Oh, this is my favorite room for trig ships. This is what so the reason why I like the Ikitursa is because, I mean, yeah. So first of all, you notice that it's doing pretty good damage. People always say trig ships have low damage because they ramp. But if you look at it, like, because it has good application, it actually ends up having very good upfront damage too. But the real advantage is the fact that, like, what I like to call, this isn't my final form. No matter how much you've ramped in an Ikitursa, you basically can ramp further. Because an Ikitursa ramps twice as far as a Vedmak, so it basically ramps for twice as long. Now the Baba Yaga, the Baba Raga that's coming out, why can't I hit this spotlighter? There it goes. The other thing I like about trig ships is that if you don't hit them, you just keep on ramping. As long as it's not out of range, you keep on ramping. And then when you finally do hit it, you hit like a truck full of tanks. Another 6 million. So now I get up here on this Abyssal Overmind and I can just keep ramping. And I'll see, no matter how much damage I do, I keep doing more and more and more, which is a big advantage of the Ikitursa. But like I said, the Baba Raga is going to ramp twice as fast with that Bastion, which is pretty awesome. I need to cut in tighter so that way I can get my short-range ammo going. Yeah, there we go. We can watch the damage per second tick up. So we had 13 minutes and 30 seconds when we first got in here, I think. We can watch how fast we can kill the Overmind. It'd be fun to kind of go back on all 3 videos and see how fast it takes the Cerberus, the Stormbringer, and the Ikitursa to kill the Abyssal Overmind. Although, to be fair, I might be doing it in different weathers or different difficulties because we'll have to see if I get an Abyssal Overmind when we get to T4. But already, still, like, even though this is T3, I'd like to point out that, like, I've already earned 27 million. Wait, is that right? Yeah, it is. I've gotten 27 million in this run, and it cost me $500,000 to get the filament. Do you have a plan on what kind of abyss you're going to do tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow is going to be... So, I've been ramping up kind of the... This is the spiciest one that we're going to do. This is the ship that I'm most going to be sad if it gets destroyed, and also most likely that it could be, depending on the circumstances of all of the ships. I guess technically the Stormbringer is probably the more straightforward to lose. But, oh, hold on. What's my damage right now? My damage right now, damage per second, 1,100. 1,100 DPS from 400, right? Yeah, 1,200 DPS. That's crazy. Anywho, there's the Abyssal Overmind dead in less than 3 minutes. So tomorrow is going to be the Vagabond, because we've done exotic. I need to do Gamma, and I've seen that there's a popular Vagabond build for exotics. So tomorrow's going to be experimental. I've never actually flown it before. I'm going to have to go buy it. But I watched somebody on Twitch rather, running it, and I was like, that looks fun. So first T3 Abyss, 11 minutes flat. And still got, like, really good money. Mostly this, wait, yeah, 16 million of it is in this one item. So much fun. Excellent. Well, you'll be able to tell me tomorrow how well I do with it. Let's do another T3, just to see what kind of rooms I get. You guys are trying to get it 50-50, aren't you? We are doing a poll to see what we're going to talk about after these Abyss. All right. Obfuscator. Like, I fly a Stormbringer because I want to, or I fly a Stormbringer because I don't really want to think about it, because electricals are good for both types of materials. I run the Gila because it's the most straightforward and, you know, common for people to be able to use. I run the Dark because Darks are normally pretty difficult, and it's very powerful. I run the Ikitursa because I want to fly an Ikitursa. It's just that simple. You can't convince me otherwise. And this is one of those things where I talk about, like, once you get good enough at the Abyss, once you learn all the guys, 1 million. Once you learn all of the rats and everything, and understand the Abyss and can do all the tiers and all that stuff, at a certain point, the Abyss just becomes like your training grounds, right? Your ability to practice your drills. So, like, if you want to learn how to fly an Ikitursa well, get used to it by flying it in the Abyss. You want to get used to trig ships. Have I tried the Dark Sacrilege? Yes. Sacrilege is actually low-key, like, arguably better than the Gila, in the fact that the Sacrilege is more capable of doing every single weather. Because, you know, the Gila obviously struggles in Darks, Sacrilege can do all weathers. But the secret to the sacrilege is if you get a trig room, like the frigate destroyer room, my recommendation to you is to immediately pop your crash. Bring synth crash, and if you see the trig room, just pop it. Don't even ask. Because the problem is that their remote reps and small signature radius is going to make it so it takes you a little bit too long to finish the room. And, you know, I've lost a sacrilege because you don't necessarily realize how long you're taking in the moment. So, like, I had a trig room as my first room, and I time out on the third room. And if you don't realize, like, why this is happening, it may not be obvious. So, don't even question it. As soon as you see the trig frigate room, just pop it, call it a day. Ikitursa just carves through everything. This is why I'm so excited for the Babaraga. Yeah. Other than that, the sacrilege is golden. But the thing is that, I mean, maybe I'll try the Dark Sacrilege again, but, like, after doing the Dark Cerberus, it's hard to convince me that the Dark Sacrilege is actually better than the Dark Cerberus. I go for the Dark Blood Stasis Webifier. Now, long-range webs is always one of the more expensive pieces, and I have the web range bonused implant, which used to not be as expensive, but now is because CCP has decided to not do the Grissus event anymore. Or, I mean, the Angel event? Yeah, because it's the it's from the Guardians Gala. The orange cloud doesn't matter to me because I'm armor tanked. Can a Kiki tackle T23 Firestorm? I doubt it. Honestly, in my opinion, destroyers are worse at the Abyss than frigates. They don't bring that much more damage, and they lose a lot of survivability. 4 million? 4 million? That's not bad. See, I'm able to web this upholder further than it can web me. So, like, a good reason for this is important is if we get a drifter battleship, you get a drifter battleship and a null the webbing support, that can be a big deal. So hopefully we get to see how to make that work. But you want to cut to the side, and then as soon as they get close enough, you web them. So that way they never get within web range. So you can break free of them and get past them to where the drifter battleship is without them slowing you down. That's a big one. So that way you can get behind. It's not just about avoiding the drifter's hits, even though that it does do that, but also it's about being able to get behind the drifter battleship like we did the other day with, I think, the Dark Cerberus to push it closer to the gate. Hey, Flash Gordon. Welcome, and can't wait to build up my skill for a cruiser in the Abyss. Well, the nice thing is that the Gila can be used by an alpha, and you can, I'm pretty sure that's something we should probably do maybe this week or next week or whatever, is go with my, like, make a brand new character I don't know if Kato Ash is going to be good for it because I want to do like a fresh 1,000,000 free skill points and see how good of a Hela we can build with just the 1,000,000 free skill points. Because, like, the point is that you don't even need to do it on your main, right? You could just roll a new character and run the Abyss and then send the value of it to your main if you happen to be, like, in nullsec or something. And this is the thing. Like, some people might poo-poo the fact that I'm doing T3 Abyss, but, like, this is so chill, right? Like, this goes back to that ISK per hour versus willingness to do it. I could do this all day, right? I could do this all day. I could do this all day. It doesn't even... Oh, here comes a starving Vedmak. I say I can do this all day, and then immediately... My nemesis! We're going to switch to a cult and grab him. We got to kill the harrowing and then... Or, sorry, the starving and then the harrowing. Although we still have this ghostings that we have to get. So I want to kill the starving first, though. What is my turret range right now? 12 kilometers. So I gotta do that. Technically speaking, I could probably ignore the starving Vedmak actually, by just nossing. But you can see it's doing bad things to my cap. I'm going to kill one of these ghostings. Actually, I'm going to start orbiting the harrowing. Get close enough. Great. So now I can web the harrowing. And get close enough for my... Why is my cap still going down? Let us nos out the harrowing. All right, now we'll kill the harrowing before it can ramp up too high. Oof. God damn it. Get close. My nosses have an optimal range. Like, I want to be within 14 kilometers for my nosses to really work too. So I got to get in close. If you let harrowing Vedmaks ramp up, they can do a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Obviously, this is a T3, so not that spooky, but you can imagine that this exact same room in a T4 or T5 will get very scary very quickly. Uh, 13 million in a can. Wow. Not bad for... I'm getting good loot for a T3. I had 6 starving Vedmak room with an Iki once. So glad it only happened when I was well aware of how bad that was. Instantly everything being heated and pulsing reps. Exactly. You can get by. You can get by, but it's one of those things. And that's why I say, like, even if you're bored of it, just keep practicing in T3s. Just keep doing T3s. You want T3. You want every single situation that happens to you in a T3 to be something that you know is going on, right? Not strictly related, but what are the trig logi good best for? Caldari and Amar logi just seem better. Woo! Okay, so here's the thing about the logi, okay? First of all, I love the Zarmazd. Okay? The Rediva is kind of fun because it can do some good ganking or whatever, or it can do some good PvP and PvE at the same time. Do I have one here? So this is a bad example, or I don't know if I have any good examples here, but like, here we go. So this thing is crazy. Let's see. Hold on. Let's look at a Guardian first. If we look at a Guardian, And we can see that it's, okay, so it's 6. See how easy this is to, let's do hit points per second, okay? So we'll bring out the calculator. So we've got 448 times 4 divided by 6. So 298 hit points per second is the amount of reps that a Guardian can do, right? Let's just call that. So 300 reps per second. Oops. So if I search for my Zarmaz, here we see 224 times 3 plus 1024 divided by, wait, hold on, I'm dumb. Hold on. 224 times 3. Oh, no, I was right. Plus 1024 divided by 6. So already it's not quite the same. Actually, hold on. Is that really that bad? Hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, with the thing about the Zarmaz is also it gets a... No, it doesn't. So the point is that at start, calculator messed it up. Let me try it again. What did we say was the Guardian? Do this again. Well, we'll do the math again right here. So 224 times 3 plus 1024 divided by 6 equals 282. 282 is second. So the point that I'm trying to say is, assuming that you have these other reps on, now granted, these don't have the same range, right? So you have to be right on them. So this isn't 100%. But if you commit to being a repper Zarmazed, you can have a Guardian rep power at go, right? And then on top of that, this continues to ramp to be, should be about 2,500. So then we could do like, okay, 224 times 3 plus 2,500 divided by 6. So it starts out at just about the same reps as a Guardian and ends twice as strong as a Guardian. Now, granted, it's not cap stable and it can't cap chain, but if I just turn off 1 or 2 reppers, so eventually, you know, like as time goes on, I just turn off my, once my Muta repper is ramped up, I can turn off these 2, and I'm still going to have way more reps than a Guardian. Basically, the Zarmaz is really, really, really good on anything where you need to keep a specific person alive forever, right? Because if you can ramp up on somebody, so one of the things that we used to do to be super cheesy in in Invasions is you get 2 Zarmaz and you get them to both rep each other. Logi have a tendency to take more aggro than anybody else, and so suddenly you have 2 incredibly good tanks that are both repping each other with ramped up. Like, look at this tank. This fit has 72, 79, 79, and 89, and that's like not even, this is not even blingy tank. You know, this is just normal Tech 2 tank. Let's see if I have a more blingy setup. No? This one is even less, or like this one is not blinking either, and it still has this 81, 88, 81, 90 resistance profile. Let's see if I still have my Zarmaz fit, because I had a Zarmaz when I was running. Yeah, baby. Check this thing out. 82, 91, 82, 91. And this is after Surgical Strike's nerf. So imagine what this thing's resistance is going to be in 2 weeks, right? With these hardeners getting a 10% buff, this is going to go, like, seriously, this thing had like 98% explosion radius. Like, this one actually goes with multi-spectrums. If you're just, well, actually, no, I think that's still good. So, like, all I know is that, like, this is going to be like a 93% thermal, 94% explosive. What are the resistance changes coming up? So basically, as part of Legion, they're rolling back the remainder of the Surgical Strike resistance nerf. So effectively, all resistance modules are getting a 10% buff or 11% buff. Plus, it's going to get a remote rep buff too. They didn't. Now, granted, it's true that the Zarmaz is like the one Logi ship that didn't seem to get a direct buff. CCP seems to have forgotten about it. But yeah, the point here is that this thing is very, very, very strong. Zoria's Zarmaz? Hold on, where's my, is this my most expensive Zarmaz, the 2 billion-isk one? I think so. So like when we did invasions, this thing was no, it's not. So like, I mean, I guess you could interpret it as Surgical Strike being a mistake, but I think it's better to interpret it as different needs for different times, right? So like during, hold on. Surgical Strike occurred during scarcity. Scarcity happened because there was this time of glut, you know, the reign of the Roke Wall, when they were able to mine a shit ton of stuff, get a bunch of material, and build a bunch of ships for cheap, including Capitals and Titans, etc. And so CCP had a problem where they knew that what was going on was out of control. It was like, it was just making the situation worse and worse and worse. They had to do something about it. They needed to bleed out some of what was there and prevent this runaway production, runaway accumulation of wealth that was happening in EVE, because it was starting to break the game. We had, especially like, you know, when you have people with that much wealth and that much power playing the game, they're literally breaking the systems of the game. So there's a lot of changes, especially Surgical Strike, that was made to, that shifted the meta more offensive than defensive, right? They removed the value of the plates and shield extenders from Capitals. They nerfed their hit points. They nerfed their application. So that way, you know, they couldn't just blow up everybody's Capitals, but they effectively removed Capitals from the consideration during that time by making them too expensive to build, not very, too easy to kill, and not doing enough damage. And at the same time, with things like Surgical Strike, they made it so that it was very much an offensively oriented game, where they increased the amount of damage that short-range weapons did and reduced the resistances that you could have, just to make it so that more people died. Well, we're past that now, and so it's about creating your new normal. So they didn't get rid of the extra damage, but they are adding back in some of the defensiveness that was taken away during scarcity. Also, it's one of those things, like, I think that, yeah, I never thought of Surgical Strike as a way of aid in removing stockpiles, but it makes sense. Yeah. So great if you know one target is going to be getting bent over, but it's probably not good if you're having to switch targets often. Yeah, I mean, true. Yes. The weakness of the Zarmaz is that if you have to swap targets, it's not great. That's why what you'll see is usually like a fleet will have one Zarmaz, and that one Zarmaz job is to keep the Damnation alive, right? Like, a Damnation is already super tanky, but a Damnation with a Zarmaz repping it is basically immune. Like, it's gonna be you're gonna kill the rest of the fleet before you kill the Damnation with the Zarmaz repping it. I've always wanted an ability to project, like, some sort of nanite onto the enemy to lower their resistances. I think that'd be a cool idea. But Yeah, it's about shifting the meta, right? They shifted it more offensively. Now they're shifting it a little bit more defensively for Legion. But also, like, so when I was growing up, I was a Boy Scout when I was growing up, and my buddy, there was one of the adult leaders that every time we went for a hike, he wore steel-toed boots, right? And people would kind of make fun of him is the wrong word, but criticize him for it. Be like, what? How? What? It's already hard enough to walk several miles or whatever. Doing it in steel-toed boots just makes it even harder. I don't imagine. Why would you voluntarily do that? That seems kind of silly just to have steel-toed boots. And he said, you know what? Sure, it does make the hike a little bit harder, but it feels so good to take them off afterwards. There's a part of me that suspects that during scarcity, they made some of these changes just so that way when they revert them 3 years later, it feels like an enormous buff, right? That's true. Breacher pods do bypass resist, so it's kind of the same thing. But I've always wanted, like, I want a ship that just sits there and latches, like Necrons in Warhammer 40K. At least used to be. I don't know if they have them now, but they have little scarabs that latch onto things, and their entire job is just to make the enemy weaker, so that way the main guns can work. Can you compress in an Athanor, or am I being ridiculous? You can only compress in an Athanor if it has a refinery. If it doesn't have a refinery module working or a reprocessing service running, then you can't compress in it. Which is why you want to go into your utilities structure browser, right? You can go reprocessing plant, and you can go structure type. Okay, hold on. Structure type, turn off station, and go to like these. So now these will be the ones that you can compress in. All right. Let's go. That's why I work out, to feel better after. Exactly. Devoted Knights. Oh boy. I don't remember if I want to kite these guys or not. Probably. That herald's the thing that's tracking disrupting me. Switch to occult. Kill the herald. Then send drones after the biocache. What? Oh, shit. That's right. Okay, so enough tracking disruption, and they can... Oh, yeah! Leshak Blueprint! What we're really here for. Those things are like... Shit, what are they now? Oh, really? I can't look them up from here? That's dumb. They are, like, they're like 20 million ISK now. Apparently, I don't want to kite out the Devoted Knight because this thing wants to be 30 kilometers from me. Whew. Sancho wasn't involved in the race for the Hive, given they always already occupy some wormholes. I'm pretty sure Sancha isn't. How do I put this? There's a reasonably good chance that Sancha is not in conflict with the Drifters. That's all. There is something that I've thought about a lot, which is like, so Sancha was already in the Shattered Wormholes. Sancha knew about the Trig before any of us did. Sancha, like, at some point, and also, like, Sancha's first reaction with the Trig was to try to corrupt them, right? So at some point, Sancha ran into the Sleepers. And at some point, I'm sure of it, Sancha attempted to corrupt the enclaves. So it would seem that the other and Sancha have met. And all of this happened, yep, Fire Icky. All of this happened probably before Sancha Kuvaki's return. Because remember, Sancha Kuvaki, as we know it, was supposedly killed in YC30, but then mysteriously reemerges right after Apocrypha, like 2 or 3 years after the wormholes open up. So, and of course, Sancha now has this wormhole generator that I believe that they got it from invading Angel Space back in the day. But it still means that they probably had more access to, the fit is in the description, more access to wormhole space than the rest of us did for quite some time. So at some point, Sancha and the other made contact. And this was probably before we met, or before Sancha Kuvaki, Master Kuvaki reemerged. So yeah, the question I have is, who won that confrontation? What happened there? And also, if you think about it, why was Sancha one of the first groups to have access to Triglavian space? That seems really weird, right? Especially since the Sancha, remember, the Sancha rats did not appear in Trig space at first. They were added later, right? So when Trig space first opened up, the Trig were ballistically mad at Sancha, and yet Sancha wasn't there as far as we could see. So, and that plus the theory that Sancha corrupted some of the Clade Svarog, you know, I feel like Sancha probably knows more about what's going on than anyone else. And yet they're kind of hanging out in the sidelines. And have been. So it doesn't really surprise me that Sancha wouldn't, like, come out and make a big deal about trying to take over the Drifter wormholes. Sancha doesn't need to take over the Drifter wormholes. He has a wormhole generator. He doesn't need the Deathless's tech. Not getting any gigajoules from that. What do you think of a deeper level of the Abyss? Where if you die there, it's permadeath. I mean, I don't know if I like... People talk about permadeath things. I think that the coolest idea that CCP has come up with when it came to permadeath would be the idea of, like, you can be a Jovian clone. And as a Jovian clone, you gain skill points way faster. Or maybe you come with a lot of skill points already applied. But if you die, it's a permanent death. Like, that is, I think, where you would put in permadeath. How high do you run? I mean, I have run T5s with this. Today, we're just running T4s, T5s to be chill. Or T3s, T4s to be chill. But, I mean, this is rated for T5. I just like to, you know, overpower the competition. What can I say? As I said earlier, sometimes you just got to kill boars outside of Ironforge, right? There's a few people that might get that reference. What is it? The Sword of 1,000 Truths? What was the name of that weapon? There's a South Park episode. Make Love Not Warcraft. What is it with these speed clouds right next to the gate? Yeah, well, this is a high-grade clone. And it, like I said, it does do T5s, absolutely. I just haven't run this thing in, like... I haven't run the Abyss... Honestly, I haven't run the Abyss, like, consistently in probably over a year. More than a year, actually, because... So I used to run the Abyss all the time on stream. And then back in, like, 2021, 2022, my internet had all kinds of problems where it would constantly drop out. And that got me way too terrified to run the Abyss on a consistent basis. And so, like, part of the whole point of this stream set, honestly, is to get me back into doing it again. I would argue it should do T5s. Yeah, this is, I mean, this fit is currently set at 5 billion with the implants. Here's some Kikimoras. Kikimoras and Damaviks. There is a couple starving Damaviks, but I'm going to go after the Kikis first. Kikis are like the most deceptively scary thing in the Abyss. Like, they're easy to ignore because that you think, oh yeah, they're just destroyers. Like a lot of times, if you see like a Drekavik in a Kiki room, people will make a mistake and they'll go after the Drekavik first, thinking, oh yeah, Drekavik, that's scary. But no, it's the Kikis. The Kikis are the scary thing. And this is actually a general truism in Eve. Always kill destroyers first. Destroyers just can't carry so much damage. Okay, but I'm going to go after this starving now because I'm running low on cap. Officer gun? I have a Velas gun. That happened today? You mean you underestimated the Kikis today? Yeah, it can happen. So now my cap is broken. I'm at under 30% or 20%, so I'm going to have to do something. I'm going to just turn off the afterburner for a few minutes. This is the origin conduit, so we're pretty much fine. This was 3 Abyss, and I think I've gotten at least 50 million or something like that. Like, I've gotten really lucky in this Abyss, in these T3 runs. And that's the thing. Don't underestimate lower tier Abyss, because you can still get jackpots. They can still be very good. The officer gun is cheaper now? The Zoria heavy? Interesting. Oh boy, Legion and Focus has taken the lead. Switch to Occult, because he's close. Yeah. Maybe I should go get one. All right, let's go ahead and drop off some of this stuff. And again, the nice thing about this is it's pure profit, right? Like those 3 Abyss runs was a grand total of $1.5 million. Unlike those other ones where like, what was it? The exotic? No, it was the electrical's 2 million. What was it? There was one of them the other day. Was it the dark? No. One of the filaments that we were doing was like 4.5 million. So if you didn't get, and it was T3. So if you didn't get at least that much, then like it basically cuts your profits in half. Firestorm's pure profit. Great. And I got a Leshak blueprint, which makes me really happy because check it out. So if we go to the Leshak blueprint right now, you want to see why we're running the Abyss this week? You want to see why we're running the Abyss this week? Leshak blueprints are currently going for 24 million ISK a piece. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, they were going for 10 million ISK a piece. All right. This stuff here, 0 point condensate, it's listed as 61 million ISK per unit. It is currently going for, why not try Iki and T5? Oh, man. No, I read about the Dark Iki. I was already prepared to do this one. I need to get a whole nother Iki to do the Darks, but I read about that. Yeah, that's happening. That is absolutely happening probably next week. The problem is that this week I wanted to do one for each weather, right? And we had the Dark Cerberus, so yeah. I think I would sell at least like 5 or 10 of them. The price could probably go up a little bit more as we get closer to the event, or sorry, the expansion. However, remember that a fair chunk of the Leshak blueprint price, like people are buying them now to build Leshaks now, because you have to have a Leshak to build a Baba Yaga. So, you know, people are going to already be needing, it's not like, well, there's a lot of other cases where like people won't realize they need it until it's until it's after the expansion. But there are already people building Leshaks right now because Leshaks have gone up in value and because they're needed for that, not just for the invention. So I'd probably sell some of them now and hold some of them. You sold 30 of them, gave the rest to Mauro. Don't give things to Mauro, okay? We have money. We want you to have money. We don't need it. Like, there's a reason why we buy stuff. I mean, I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I get the instinct, but just realize that like the whole goal here is to get you guys to have money, not the Alliance. I know that sounds weird, but it is true. So 55 million out of 3 T3s. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. Oops. Haha, I just put it in itself. Firestorm. Hard shell. Cheapest one you see in Jita is 100 million for a Leshak? Wait, what? For what? One thing that I think that we're going to do, honestly, for those of you who want a Baba Raga, we want to be able to provide Baba Ragas for people that are new to the core, or, you know, people that are part of the Alliance for relatively cheap. So what we think we're going to do is 4 Leshak BPCs, and we can provide you 1 Baba Raga BPC. 100 million? Wait. But only a single. Looking at multiple items, and they're grouped in 25 million a piece. So maybe ignore me. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the nice thing about things that are on contract only, like BPCs, is that you can kind of tell what they are from everywhere, right? Because like I can go here and I can go finding contracts, and I can see what they are. So I can see that it's 25 million, but it goes up pretty quick. Zoria's Disintegrator going for 670. I mean, that's... What would that even do? Let's see. . So 476 and 19 kilometers. Shorter range, higher damage. 503. Honestly, given that shorter range, I'd almost prefer the Zoria. Or the I don't think it's worth it. I ain't gonna lie. Range is king. So we can see that we get about a 10% bonus to damage, but we lose a kilometer in optimal range. You sold Leshak BPCs for 100 million ISK on the day of FanFest? Good freaking night. That is ridiculous. Okay, let's get back out there, guys. Let's get back out there. How can you tell I'm former military? I say things like good freaking night. Let's just make sure to reset my Peld. All right, let's go in. Let's try, you know what? Let's just go ahead and jump into the tier 4. Let's see what the tier 4 has in store for us. I can stop being a chump now. I'm looking for, okay, so they're all Spark, so that doesn't matter to me. Spark means EM damage. I would be looking for Blaze Lance, I think. Would be the ones that's the most spookiest. Spark, not so spooky. And we're going to go to Occult. It is a little spooky that I'm not hitting them. Grab that Fogcaster. Short range. Oh, that's a multi-body tracking pylon. We could head there. We're going to try to kill this Fogcaster so that way I can kill the rest. Like I said, the nice thing is that even if you miss, as long as they don't go out of range, you continue to ramp. So even if you hit every once in a while, when you do hit, you hit like a truck full of tanks. 36 million in the first can. I love it here already. Resist buff during Legion will probably help in Abyss, making fits less insane on cost. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're still going to be insane on cost, but they're just going to be more consistent. But honestly, like this fit, like I'm only using one resistance module, so it probably won't actually be buffed that much by Legion. But that Zarmaz I showed off earlier absolutely will be. I I don't see any reason why they would change the difficulty of higher tier Abyss. I mean, if you think about it, Abyss was originally balanced around a pre-Surgical Strike world. So actually, there's a lot of people that got really mad when Surgical Strike happened because it broke a lot of fits, right? It made it a lot harder to consistently run tier 5 Abyss without losing ships. So honestly, I think that Abyss was a casualty of the Surgical Strike changes. And I hope that they would know better than to buff the Abyss in response. They want people to run the Abyss. Uh, 3.5 minutes for the rogue drone room. Up, Thunderchild. I'm just going to fly over to the cache and let the cache get blown up by the Thunderchild. Actually, I think I'm going to get the Thunderchild down and let the Stormbringer kill it instead. There we go. I love the getting their own chain to kill the things I want them to. 4 million. Definitely not as scary as the Marshall room. The Marshall room has like, oh man, what am I doing still shooting long range ammo? Get out of here, Mystic. This Stormbringer is fast. I'm not going to catch up with it. I'm going to just move back to the gate and shoot it with long range, apparently. But this marker Desperatu, you're mine. Disparo? Yeah, Disparo. All right, going back to Mystic. If you notice, I use the radio menu a lot, and I'm choosing different ranges for my orbits depending on what it is that I'm doing. Two rooms done in 7 minutes. Well, not quite 7 minutes. Not quite 2 rooms done, I should say. Almost. We've got almost 500 DPS already. Once it hits out of shields, it's going to melt. See? Boom. So, yeah. 7 minutes, 20 seconds for 2 rooms. All right, Tesseras. So once again, we want to kite these guys. So I'm going to just kill that real quick and head this way. This is where another place where that 16-kilometer webs is going to come in a lot, really handy. Because if one of them gets close, I can just web them off like this one. Oh boy, that guy's on me. Is there a gray cloud there or something? Like, how did those guys go so fast? Oh, yep, there it is. There's the gray cloud. Let's go up here towards the conduit. Tesseras are blaster boats. You can look at the show info. Rogue drones have been encountered in large numbers of missiles. Blah, 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 blah. This particular rogue drone battlecruiser appears to be capable of very high damage at close range, but suffers from limited damage projection. It basically uses blasters, so it has crazy good tracking, but only 8K optimal range. So the secret to them is to just keep range from them. And actually, this Ember grip is going to be the higher priority because I'm in a Firestorm. Ember is the, not Blaze, Ember. Yeah, any rogue drones with the name Ember means that they do fire damage. Oh, look, there's an extraction node right here for me to grab. Let's be greedy. Well, yeah, it's the weather. Like, I know Blaze or Ember is bad for me because I'm in a Firestorm, right? We will grab this as we go past it. An extra 7 million. Hell yeah. And then this spark grip is getting a little bit close. So as soon as it gets too close, we're going to web it, which is going to force it off of me. And I also keep this rock in between me and it. But now we can kill it. Strike it to be the most painful for the Icky. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. My kinetic is definitely the hardest, is definitely my biggest hole. So that's actually a really good point. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, I'll let this Ember Grip get a little bit close to me, I guess. Just to see what it does. Usually I can survive one of them pretty good. Maybe I won't let it get close to me. I tried. And that is it. Let's see. Ammo off, hard shell off. So we got 52 million in that one run. Why does this Icky not have a reactive armor hardener? I mean, it could be a good idea. I mean, it only has one hardener though. You could argue that a reactive could be a good option here. Though I'm sort of starting to suspect that the reason why is fitting. No? It could absolutely fit a reactive. Yeah. 58, 20, 79, 37, 71. Because this is a lot better. I mean, the reactive would be better once it ramps up to a specific damage type, but since you're taking a bunch of other damage, like you're could be taking a broad swath of damage, I think that just pound for pound, this multi-spectrum is going to be better. It's going to be a lot more expensive. If you were, how much cap does the reactive need? That's a good point. It does take cap, but if I'm capped out, then it's already going to be a problem. I think it really boils down to you can't bling out a reactive, but you can bling out a multi-spectrum. How much cap does a reactive need? Let's see. Well, I've got 9.6 gigajoules excess. And here I've got 7.5 gigajoules excess. So 2 gigajoules a second, probably. I do, yeah. Wait, there is a new reactive hardener coming, isn't there? I mean, extreme nuke pressure is the killer of this ship. That's true. Like, that's 100% true. If this ship is going to die, it's probably going to die with its cap drained. Oh, shoot. I did the opposite. I want to do everything but these. Let's do a couple more. And let's choose a skin for a giveaway. Let's choose a skin for a giveaway. Let's see. What to do, what to do. Let's do a warp convergence skin. These are starting to get valuable enough. Let's do a warp convergence skin. Well, yeah, but if you die to Tesserus because you're not moving, that's your own damn fault. Like, I can't account for bad piloting. I lost an Icky because I parked it at a gate at the end of my drone BS room with all the random missiles around. Oh, no. Yeah, the missiles, like, eventually catch up. Doesn't CSP give streamers scope skins to give away? Yes. Partners. I haven't been a partner for a few years, though. What's the trick against the Kikimora with the T1 electrical with the Punisher? Hit it fucking hard and fast and hope for the best. Can you how what the skin looks like on the VNI? Malin, did you just have a stroke? Can you how what the skin looks like on the VNI? Can I show what the warp convergence skin? There it is. They look pretty good. The warp convergence skins were pretty cool. I mean, the Punisher is gonna, like, I'd say the Kikimora room just is gonna hard beat the Punisher potentially, but Yeah, I mean, long-range ammo, get damage on it super fucking fast, overheat everything to kill it quickly. Yeah. Pray. I plunder the abyss, and you plunder my skin collection. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, hold on. I want to check something first. Time out. We're going to do it again. Don't worry about it. I need to just double check. I need to double check something. Must be a follower to win is not checked. Okay. I don't know what happened. Yesterday, but we're going to try this again. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. If you do not get a ticket, before that, make sure you've liked the stream and or you're a member. That seems to apparently be important to the giveaway. Not my choice. I just tried to check it. Just tried to correct it. I can't seem to do anything about it. So just to make sure that you do get a ticket, you might want to like the stream first. Actually, so one of the most extreme things that people do when they have fancy ships, what they'll do is they'll cloak a orca just outside of their filament trace. So that way, if they see a bunch of tornadoes, they just decloak the orca, move it closer to the filament trace. They jump out with their ship. They load the ship into the orca and then warp the pod off. That's like the most extreme, like how to protect your ship. Really, Morcar? Hold on. Really? It worked for everyone else. I don't know what to do, man. Well, that's why you keep the orca cloaked until the last second. But yes, it's a fun little cat and mouse game. Morcar. Wait. Morcar, I don't even see you exclamation point plunder. Oh, wait. There it is. What the hell? Try it again, Morcar. Eh? Eh? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Wait, settings. Hold on. Nope. I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna join in. And apparently, if I win, it's gonna be Morcar instead. Just wait till I can't get a ticket. That'd be the best one, right? Oh, there it is. I got mine. Did David get his? David's already in. All right, let's go ahead and run one more tier 4, do the giveaway, and then we'll move on to the stream, or the Legion in Focus, it looks like. I don't know why the bot doesn't like certain people. Like, I can't. It doesn't seem like anything I could do about it. I should just, I mean, I have, I've actually written my own bot for chat. I could theoretically work on that a little bit more to make it work for this. All right, let's go. One more tier 4 Firestorm. Let's hope for the best. It's because I hate frogs. Calamari for life. You know what? I no longer, I take back everything I said. That's fine. Right. Apparently the bot knows. If you were to design a 50-man raid in EVE, how would you design it? I would definitely do something that's like the original Drifter Hives, where the fleet has to split up into multiple rooms in order to do stuff and then combine back into the same room. I mean, that many people, you're going to want to split up the fleet. Otherwise, it's just going to be like, that'd be very hard to balance for, because like the damage is so extreme. Otherwise, it won't matter. Yeah, I think that you'd actually have to add complexity and split the fleet up a little bit. All right, let's go. It's not a skin of your choice. It's a warped conversion skin of your choice, but you know, whatever. Entangler, Sentinels. Let's fucking go. Sentinels. Sentinels Newt. That's scary. Got my Nosses rolling. God damn it. 30 million in the first can. Heck yeah. Let's finish off this Sentinel. Fuck. That didn't quite go right. Already being capped out. Not great. Let's go. I want to get as close to this other Sentinel as possible so my Nosses work. Cap is at 18%. 16. Fucking A, man. Mystic. Okay, so my Nosses are keeping my cap alive. The only reason why I'm still alive right now is because of my Nosses. We're going to swap to Nossing the Watchman. So that way I can kill the other Sentinel. I mean, these are only small energy Nosses, by the way. So these aren't a ton of cap. The goal is to be just enough to keep everything running, right? So you can see that, like, under the correct conditions, this could have been a very bad problem with cap. I almost had a very bad problem. But in the end, it works out. I'm going to turn off my afterburner for a few seconds to let me kind of recover some cap as we kill off these dudes. I could turn off one rep for a little bit. I'm going to, yeah, I want to try the Dark Smart Bomb Icky probably next week at some point. By the way, starting tomorrow, we will be, as the convocation, be doing some Drifter, Pochfin dual standings fleets. So I want to start us doing dual standings fleets as much as possible for the next week or so. So that way we can get our standings up. So that way if we do have to farm Triglavians for Triglavian salvage, we'll be prepared to do so without losing too much standings. Two small reppers on yours instead of Nosses for good for repping drones. Yeah, that's a good idea. But like I said, like I only use my drones for the caches for the most part. Build the necessary mats in the trig station instead of having to kill them. I really like. I really wish that there was some sort of solution to that problem. Like, I would love to be able to turn in like eating com salvage or eating com mats to the Triglavians to be able to get. I think that they should add the Triglavian salvage to the Triglavian LP store, so that way you can get it with the interstellar spatial, interstellar navigational logs. But that would piss off a lot of people that farm the trig wormholes and such. Theoretically, I should sit here and wait for a little bit for my cap to regenerate before I jump through the next hole. But I mean, who stays safe? Who wants a safe run? Let's see what happens. Will I get punished for my hubris? Nope. I'm actually going to keep my afterburner off for a few minutes. Or a few seconds, I should say. If I see that I'm taking too much damage, I'll turn my afterburner on. Afterburners are for damage mitigation. But as of right now, I'm doing pretty good, and I've got a billion webs on me, so I'm not going anywhere either way. The fit is linked down in the description below. That's true about all of this week's fits. They're all on my workbench now. And I'll be going through and putting the videos into them. Warden's web. I like to remember, like, wardens are like prison guards. They stop you, so they're webbing. How important is the Weber implant, would you say? The Weber implant is the least important piece of it, but it does make your web go from 14 kilometers to 16 kilometers, which in my opinion is a big deal. But like, as far as that particular pod goes, that is the flex spot. There are several implants that could theoretically go there, because obviously not every armor-based turret will use a web, but I'm a huge fan of defensive webbing, where you web somebody in order to keep them far away from you, in which case you need to have as far of a range as possible. Oof. Why are my drones in my base still taking damage? That was weird. All right, now I can turn on my afterburner. I have 40% cap now. Let's go ahead and keep burning through these guys. This is room 2, and I'm at about 10 minutes. So I'll probably have about 9 minutes for the final room, which is plenty of time. I wish I would have gotten a drifter battleship. Hopefully, maybe the last room will give me a drifter battleship. At some point, we'll look at it. 11 million in this can. Not bad. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. Let's see. Raging. Up. So 42 million so far this run after two rooms. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have basically 9 minutes, a little bit less than 9 minutes for the last room. So as long as it doesn't kill me, we should be done. I don't think there's any room that'll take the Ikitursa more than 9 minutes to do, if you assuming you do not die. Snarecasters, Ember, Strike, Blast, you know, all of them. No weapon disruption, right? Yeah. Oh no, the Snarecaster's got me. So I'm actually going to switch to Baryon just so I can track a little bit better because there's so much garbage here and I want to be able to hit them. There we go. You notice, so, you know, T2 ammo has built-in tracking penalties. So in a room like this, you might want to consider using Baryon just for the better tracking. Like the Eve, 5 million. I just read something about the fact that you could do Eve Valkyrie single player still, so that might be interesting. CCB isn't willing to put fighters in Vanguard. I wonder if they're going to create a fighter that you could only fly in first person mode in the Eve client. Yeah, that's a... They should just bring back Valkyrie. Wouldn't that be cool? They just like re-release Valkyrie. They could just do that. Actually, I wonder if they can just do that, because then they sell the license to that other company. I assume that they'd just be able to take it back since the other company ain't doing anything with it anymore. Yeah, that's another thing that we might do soon is, you know, maybe I'll set up my VR stuff and see if I can fly around in Valkyrie in VR. If I can't, then maybe we'll do a stream where I play No Man's Sky in VR and pretend. Phasmo VR. I want to do more stuff for like member streams because, you know, people have been pretty clear that they only want Eve content on this stream, on this YouTube channel, which is fair enough. But obviously, so what's interesting about this is that if it is member only content, I can't do Eve because I can't paywall Eve content by the rules of you know, Eve. So like if I do member only streams, it would have to be something other than Eve. So yeah, that would be a perfect example of Phasmo VR. I still have it on Steam too, but I saw somebody talking about how it's still playable on single player mode. All right, exclamation point Plunder for your last chance to win. Or last chance to, sorry, my bad. Last chance to put exclamation point Plunder for your chance to win. That's what I meant to say. All right. So this has been a pretty good demonstration of the Ikitursa. Like I said, you can go up to tier 5, but this has been, you know, as you saw, like, I got plenty of ISK. Like, we were making really good ISK per run in tier 4s and Firestorms. Especially since, remember, like, this stuff is wrong, right? Like, 0 point condensate right now is like 70 million ISK a pop. Let's look real quick. Eve Tycoon. 0 point condensate. So Tashmurkon's 50, but if we go down to the Forge, the top one is 70. And it's probably going to go up from there. YC127 is... it's gone back down a little bit. It's at 95 million. Or 95,000. So the prices that you're getting on here is actually low. Yes, Firestorms are by far the best pay for the effort. Because nobody wants to run them because they're the hardest weather. Okay, let's do the giveaway. Closing it up. Where's my pick a winner button? What the fuck? What? Why is this so... Why does everything not work all of a sudden? Can somebody explain to me why that is? The skin giveaway is active. But, like... Oh, I can't even show you right now. They're supposed to be... Okay. You can see here, like, I'm supposed to have a button down here, right here, for picking a winner. But it's not there. View active giveaway. Do I have to wait a whole hour? I haven't in the past. Is it because I went to settings and history that now it's not showing up? What is happening? Control F5. I mean, yes, Control F5 is a good way to force a refresh, but guess what? It didn't do anything. I don't even know. I don't even know. Let me... What do I do? Let's just pick a random number 1 to 25, I guess. All right, ready? Ready to watch me count? If I win, show me what Noctis skins you have. Ha! Pulling in 3, 2, 1. Pull. 19. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thrilling content here. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I won! I won! Who was it that's supposed to win if I win? Who was it that wins if I win? Morcar? Morcar. Oh yeah, that's right. He's the Caldari guy. I don't want the Caldari guy to win, but I'm fair. I'm nothing if not fair. Go ahead and, Morcar, are you here? X up with your in-game name and which of the skins that you want. Let me pull them up again. Of course Morcar won. Whatever. What was it? It was, which skin was was it no, it wasn't Interstellar Convergence. It was Warp Convergence. Warp Convergence. All right, so you can have Drake, Omen, Navy, Vexor Navy, Heron, Stabber, Brutix, Omen Navy, yeah, Omen or Omen Navy, Prophecy, Stabber Fleet, Magnate, Brutix, Probe, Imicus, Stabber Fleet, Moa, Vexor, Cyclone, Probe. Morcar, I don't have to give you a whole bunch of time to do it, so you got like 10 more seconds. And then I have to roll again, somehow. Morcar, are you here? Five seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, thank God he lost. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's go ahead and figure out another number. Golly. Am I... Roll of 21. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 21 would be Gina. I think you're 20. Wait. No, yeah. You are... Wait, hold on. How do you know that you're 21, Clue? 21, 22, 23, 24, 20. Yeah. How did you know that you're 21, Clue? Because you are. I just checked. Oh, got it. You should have just totally gone with, like, I guessed. I know. I just know. I just know. You should have just said that. All right. Pulling in 3, 2, 1. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No name. No name. X up. X up. No, I didn't say to just say you guessed. I'm saying just claim that you knew. Kai showed it. Oh, yeah, of course, Kai. So, Kai, which one of these do you want? Which one of these do you want? If you want, I can show you one of them if you're interested. You get to pick. The whole world gets to sit here and wait for you to make a choice. I don't think there's a Stratios one here. Let me see if I have some other Stratios. I have a Stratios Scope Syndication skin. Yeah, I have a Stratioscope syndication skin. I'd be willing to give you that one. Do you want that? Looks like this. It's very sick. I love it. Okay, we'll do that one. Well, I have lots of them because, like, this one was given out back when I was a partner, so I did get them as a partner. Why is this not working? Isn't that your name? This is you, right? That's you, right? That's you. Okay. I don't know why I was being weird about it. There you go. Congratulations. All right. So it looks like we're going to be doing Legion in Focus. So let me retroactively change the name of my stream. Maybe. Edit. Legion in Focus. And wait, that was on Twitch, right? All right. Now show me what a Noctis skin you had, just so I can sleep with what could have been. I mean, you can always, I mean, I give away stuff all the time, so you know as much as I do that chances are you could be given a Noctis skin. I seem to only have I only have a Glacial Drift skin for the Noctis right now. That said, I did get given 150 Plex for a giveaway yesterday, so honestly, the best Noctis skins probably are still on the New Eden store. Ship skins. Yep, here we go. So these are going to be, like, honestly, in my opinion, this is probably the best skin. I have it. I can show you it, but, like, the part, oh, man. All right, hold on. I want to show you this skin while we are doing other stuff. So let me just grab a quick ship. Oh. Oh. I apparently have never seen a metamorphosis before. That's not true. Came in late, so I was sure I had to rewatch, or I guess I could also rewatch the CCP one, but that's more boring. All right. And are you gonna stay in Discord after stream? Yeah, we'll be in Discord all day. As I often am. Police? I don't like police. Well, all day. Yeah. All right. Let's see. All right.
Little chapters. We have
Had a PM meeting. Who won the skin? You did, Morcar. But you weren't here to get it. Unironically. Don't worry. If you hit me up afterwards, I'll probably still give you one.
Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm CCBB and you're tuning into the Legion in Focus live stream. CCP Nikon, stop keying up please. We have, I'm pretty sure it is. Welcome everyone, a little bit scuffed sound issue at the start here. This is the first and only live stream we're going to do as an in focus segment for this expansion. Most of the information was kind of preloaded at FanFest. We're going to still kind of condense all the information as we can in this live stream here and go over various subjects. If you look at the bottom, we're going to have little chapters. We have freelance jobs, core palette, map updates, solve upgrades, new ships, and the ship updates that we're going to go through. We're going to have 4 different guests on the stream today, and my first ones are CCP Havron and CCP Nikon. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing very well. We're going to hop into freelance jobs, and we're going to have you guys sharing as we go through and talk about that as our first subject here. If we hop over to the other camera now so we can see the other POV here, tell me, what is a freelance job?
Some of you might be familiar with corporation projects already. So freelance jobs are basically an evolution of that. Now corporations will be able to create tasks and challenges for people outside the corp to participate in. So for example, if I...
So, what... Any idea what Legion refers to? I wouldn't read too much into it. It's just as simple as like, this is about building groups, right? If you notice, if you remember from FanFest, like everything was about like, we're giving you the tools to build your own Legion, you know? So I think that that's what it refers to. Like, like it's about us building group organizations. That's the theme of the expansion. Far more relevant than Viridian, let me tell you. We read into Viridian a little bit too much, I can admit.
Open opportunities here. If I am in the corp called the Rusty Cohort, right here, I can create a new freelance job for other capsuleers to participate, no matter.
Okay, hold on. Before we get too deep into this, I do want to show this off. So here is my Noctis with skin. Yes, I'm the entire stream is having to sit here and watch this because I want to show off to Clue. That is correct. That is what's happening right now. Congratulations. So I'm going to actually clean my ship because I want it to be nice and shiny. Boop. So you can see that it's shiny, and you can see that there's this red pulsing effect at the front. And it goes faster the faster you go. There's an Edencom one too, but the Edencom one doesn't have the red pulsing thing. It is all about Clue. That's right. So there you go. That's the Noctis.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Matter if they are a part of my corp or not. So that is freelancing.
So it's similar to what core projects were, and I'm not sure exactly which expansion they came in a couple expansions ago, but now it's something that you could open up to the wider New Eden world, and just anyone can do these jobs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely anyone.
What kind of jobs have you set up first to showcase what's going to be possible at launch?
Yeah, so I have a couple of jobs set up here by multiple different corporations. So we got a couple of destroy non-capsuleers, which basically is ratting. So
Can you imagine putting up a public contract to help raise your ADMs? Like, not an alliance, not a corporation project, but a freelance job to rat in somebody's system? That's so... I don't know. I still feel like the only one that's going to see very much use originally is going to be the faction warfare ones. But I'm also going to go to the bathroom real quick while this is happening. I'll be right back.
or we have like damage capsuleers here. Just target any capsuleers you want, and the force of the New Eden will come down on them if you offer a good enough reward. You can mine materials for corporations and capture and defend factional warfare complexes. Or you can even offer ship insurance if you are feeling benevolent for new players.
So you can kind of make these, what used to be locked behind core projects, public to anyone, and try to get others who aren't flying with you generally to come and work almost for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely for you. Like, obviously there are a lot of uses for freelance jobs. One big thing is like freelance jobs are a way for corporations to get out in front of prospective recruits and advertise their corporation and what they're doing, what they're all about, and as well as try out new players to accept into their ranks with freelance jobs. So for example, if I issue a freelance job for players to go ratting and tell them like, hey, if you kill 200 rats, we can consider you as a new recruit. And we think that this helps kind of like bridge the divide between recruits and the corporations, because there is an established communication, so to say, already. Like, I have done some jobs for them. They seem cool. You know, why not join them? And also,
Morcar says, we have so many plans to bring tourists to our system, calling it stocking the pond. Interesting. That's an interesting idea. Are you talking about from faction warfare perspective or nullsec perspective? You're right. Coalitions could definitely use it. I don't think it's... So, to be clear, I don't think these are initial jobs because they think that they are the most useful. I think that these are the initial jobs because they're the easiest for them to implement. Oh, piracy. Okay, yeah. I mean... so you're going to you're going to basically pay people to come to your system so you can hunt them. Yeah, that is one of the things I think people would think about.
I think I think that's one of the things that I heard people talk about at FanFest the most when they heard freelance jobs, is the way to recruit new bros in the game. Right now, you're not really allowed to try to mass recruit people in the starter systems, and it can be hard to start that dialogue with someone who's just started the game. This might be a way to like entice them to an area that you're in, and then start talking with them. Like, hey, you've actually been
I agree, Zach.
doing
Long
jobs that
term,
I
this is
set
going to be a
up.
big
Did
difference.
you know that? I think it's...
As I've said before, I think that 4 years from now, I'm going to be talking about the time before freelance jobs and the time after freelance jobs. I think that this is going to be a pivotal turning moment for things. And I mean, this is pretty... I mean, like, I could speak about the time before corp projects and the time after corp projects. Like, corp projects, low-key, has been huge. It's changed the way that we engage with our with our members, and how we strategize things for the better, right? So prior to corporation projects, we would have like our moon mining, and then people would have to contract us the materials for, like, we had a buyback program. People would have to contract us the stuff for 0 ISK, so they'd have to trust us. Because whatever price they put on it, we'd have to then verify whether or not that price was valid. And if it wasn't, we'd have to kick it back and talk to them about it to see whether or not we can get a good, agree on a price or whatever. So what we would do is we had to have people contracted to us for 0 ISK, and then we would accept the contract and pay them based on the appraisal, right? Well, now, when you come and mine with us on the moon, you just mine for as long as you want, and then you just dock up in that exact, in the Athenor, and just drop it in projects and get paid out. And like, there's no fuss, no muss. It is a huge game changer in just the ease of use. Not to mention that, but like the fact that we can put up a corp project and then people just see that and know to go do it, right? I don't have to put out mailing lists all the time to talk about our changing priorities based on what we're working on. I just put out an opportunity, people see it, people start fulfilling it, and then the way we do it is that like every month, our top contributors get Master Arm Cerebral Accelerators. So they get the reward from the core project, and then on top of that, we give bonuses for the people that do the most core project progress. This is an advertisement to join Malro. But we can do that because we have all of these records of all of these different core projects and them being put in. Before this, we actually had a website that's literally reading, like you had to contract stuff to our corporation, a specific corporation. It wasn't even our main corporation because we had to keep it clean. So you contracted it to our buyback program corporation, and then we had an API reader that would read all that so that way we could keep track of who's turning in what. There's this whole complicated thing where we had to have a whole website made, thank you, Isabel, to be able to track this stuff. But now it's just in the game. It's automatic. Everybody gets to do it. It's so good. So yeah, freelance jobs are going to change the way that the game is played for the absolute better. I just don't know how big of a change it's going to be on the 27th, just because we definitely need a much more robust system than what it is. But again, I'd like to remind you that core projects, when they first came out, didn't even have a way to automatically pay somebody for the stuff that they were turning in. So the core projects was exactly the same way when it first came out. It was like, this is going to change the game, but in its initial state, I don't know how useful it is in practice. It's more just something to play around with. And then within a few months, it became something that was like absolutely essential to the way that we operate. So, the 27th, we're going to get a thing to play around with, and then quickly thereafter, they're likely going to be upgrading it so that way we can do even more stuff.
It's going to be a cool tool for recruitment, like you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. If you want, I can walk us through creation of a freelance job from the corporation perspective. Okay. So I will just open the corp window.
How are Wormhole Corp's going to use these freelance projects? Well, honestly, at that point, it's like if you're an alliance with multiple corporations, it's the best way currently to have alliance projects, because you can't have, like, right now it's corporation projects or freelance projects. So it would be a decent way to have a alliance project. Unfortunately, that would show off to everyone else kind of what you're doing, so not necessarily great. But I could definitely see wormholers put corp projects in known space as a way of recruiting people. But yeah, I agree. I think that so Wormhole Corps will find this very useful once they add the access list functionality. As full freelance, I don't know if I'd be willing to put up a freelance project as a wormholer. But once they put in asset or ACL control, that's going to be a much bigger deal, right? Also, once they add in like a scan signatures thing, because if you put up a freelance project for scanning signatures and then somebody completes it, that's someone to recruit, right? Because they like scanning. As a wormholer, you're looking for certain kinds of people. So you can put up freelance projects to look for that kind of person, which is nice. But right now, corp projects is huge. Like, corp projects is great for wormholers.
And as you can see, I already have 3 freelance jobs set up here. I can have, as a corp, maximum.
I assume so, Jeff.
100 jobs active at the same time. In here, I see how much ISK I have currently as rewards in existing jobs. But let's go and create a new one. So this is the window that you're familiar with from corporation projects. These are the contribution methods that are available at launch. So we have those that I just described a couple of minutes ago. We have destroy non-capsuleers, damage capsuleers, mine materials, capture, defend, factional warfare complex.
There's an interesting idea where you could provide ship insurance, right? And it says, like, it had a thing where you can modify the description. So you could put your recruitment stuff in the description, and the ship insurance catches people's attention, and then the description gets them hooked into your corporation.
And ship insurance. And since I am currently in a corp that's very Minmatar focused, let's try setting up a factional warfare complex job. So We can specify
I
location.
foresee a third-party
Let's say
website that
we
will
want
aggregate public
people,
jobs. Yeah.
to capture plexus in Turner. So I can specify the location here, and let's say that we only want medium complexes.
Oh, that's cool.
And for Minimatar.
I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily, well, I can't see it being useful necessarily to target one type of plex over another.
Specify how many complexes we want captured. Let's do 100.
Well, as soon as they offer this open to
We can
the
also set up
API, which is
here
not
a
going to be on
limit
day
per
one.
contributor. So if we don't want one pilot to kind of come in, swoop in and do all the 100 complexes and get all the rewards, we can limit them. So let's say that one pilot can do
So you could actually make this into just a recruitment tool by saying, like, capture number of complexes, maximum contribution is 1, right? So it's just enough to be able to be like, hey, come check it out. But then after that, like, again, the nice thing is you're going to be able to pull it up and see all of the people that have done this, and those are people to reach out to recruit, but it makes it so they don't consume your entire thing.
maximum of 10 complexes. And then we can set the end date for the job. Maximum amount of, like the longest time a job can be up is 1 year, but let's choose 3 months in the preset here. And then we can talk a little bit about the visibility of freelance jobs. So when corps are setting up jobs, they can broadcast the jobs from their offices. So as you can hear, I currently only have an office in Jita, so I can select it here. And
so this is actually a big deal that I think that we haven't really talked about a lot, which is that this is a great way to drag people to somewhere, right? This is something I talked about earlier, and this is a good answer to it. So if I want people to plex in Fleet, I don't have to broadcast it out of Fleet, right? I can put a public freelance job in Dodixie to get people to go to Fleet, right? And this is definitely going to get abused by people, but so you can basically do this to lure people to somewhere else, for better or for worse.
And I selected it, and this now means that you will see this job in the opportunities window right here if you are 5 jumps away from Jita. So that's how...
So all of the real estate in and around Jita just got way more expensive.
Also, what's weird about this is one thing that I would like now is an ability to, hopefully they have it, view other opportunities that a group has, right? Because like maybe we'll put up an opportunity that is your SRP and put it up in a rookie system, or even like kill NPCs and put it in like Dagon's system. So that way people see it. But that's just to give people visibility. I would love for them to see a one that's like kind to them and get them to then look at my other opportunities to see what else this corporation is offering to people and have that be like a path to progress.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, Tech.
Let's go back to here.
Yeah.
If you don't...
offices within 5 jumps of Jita is going to get value, for sure.
Select a broadcast location.
Here's my question. Ready? Here's the question. Here's my question. If you put up a job in Jita, will people in Uranichi see it? Right? Uranichi is within 5 jumps of Jita. It's just the Stargates are offline. It'll be interesting to see whether or not, like, how the bleed over into Pochfin goes.
And it will be much harder for capsuleers to find your job. You can definitely do that, but the only way that they will be able to see your job is if they go in the show info window of your corp.
Oh.
And there will be all the jobs.
Oh yeah, okay, never mind. You can just see all of the freelance jobs of a corporation. Is that only the ones that are within 5 jumps?
Having offices around starter systems as well could be a smart move for recruiting purposes.
Almost within 5 jumps.
The first thing a new player would see is these jobs kind of immediate.
Kill non-capsuleers in Tama. That's going to exist. That's going to be a constant one in Jita. I guarantee you. There will be a go kill NPCs in Tama freelance opportunity. You know it. You know it. You know it. You know it.
Definitely being offered to them.
Yeah, we definitely expect like offices nearby starter systems to definitely start getting taken much faster.
And warning, guys. So a little bit of a heads up, especially for those of you who run organizations. Realize that the cost of your offices is like changes dynamically over time based on how many people are renting offices. So be careful. You may think, oh, I'm just going to grab a quick office real quick. Any of your offices within 5 jumps of JITA are likely about to spike in price. So double check before you wipe out your corporation wallet with offices. If an office goes from, 100,000 ISK to suddenly like 50 million ISK a month or whatever.
Can we have capsule year age limitation here? So this is the first conditional restriction, as we call them, that we are introducing for freelance jobs. So if you, for example, only want to aim this job at players that are from 0 to 30 days old, like new bros that are under a month old, then you can, and nobody else will be able to accept this project other than these players.
Yeah.
So let's not do that here, but you have the option. I can also set up a participant limit for the job.
Well, yeah, it is a really great ISK sync because there's this broadcasting fee, right? We can see it here. The duration fee and the broadcasting fee means that this thing's costing 23 million to make this thing last for 6 months or whatever. So yeah, this is a really good ISK sync.
We only want up to 100 people to participate in this job. I can do that. The upper limit is 10,000, so I can have up to 10,000 people participating in the same job. And if I just leave it free, the default maximum applies. So yeah, I want to broadcast from JITA. We'll just keep it like this. And then we can set up a name and the description for the job. So I'll just say
3 billion ISK is the cost of the office in NPC Delve. Woo.
Yeah, just capture Plexus intern for Minimatar in the description. We think that it's super good to just describe the job and say what you want freelancers to do. You can even include like suggested fittings that you have for the job or contracts. If you want to offer a ship that is perfect for the job, you can drag a contract link or a fitting link here.
That I don't really like that because the contract's going to get bought up and then it's going to be dead and it's still going to be in the description. It'd be cool if you could have it so that you could like link contracts to it and then they automatically get removed as they get bought. Because like if you put a bunch of contracts in your description, it's just going to be like within a few minutes, everybody who looks at it is going to be like, oh, finished contract, finished contract. This is such like you see the you see the JITA scams already, right? Like they're leaping to mind.
And players can see and be more informed. I'm just going to do this right now.
In Rust we trust.
Good enough efficient for now.
I like it.
Then we have the career path. It's automatically selected based on the contribution method, but this is basically for filtering.
Yeah, you can link the contract, but like I said, once the contract is dead,
and then we can set up a payment.
It's still there in the description.
Reward per complex captured here. So I can set up that I want, for example, to pay 2 million ISK for every complex captured, which is then 20 million limit per contributor. And we can take a look at the cost summary down here. So there is 2 fees. There are 2 fees that are not refundable.
Wait.
There are 20 million limit per contributor. And we can take a look at the cost summary down here.
So fixed fee of 1 million ISK per day of job duration. So yeah, so you can put it out to up to a year, but it's going to cost you 1 million ISK per day. So if you put it up for a year, it's going to be 360 million ISK, right? Because this is 3 months, so it's 92. No, it's 100,000 ISK. 100,000 ISK. So it'd be 36 million ISK for a year.
So there is 2 fees. There are 2 fees that are
150,000 ISK per broadcasting location per day. Per day. So again, with this is a 92-day duration. It's 13 million. So it would be like 50 million or so to do it for a year with one location. 50 million is per location per year.
Are not refundable. First one is the duration fee, which is a fixed fee of 100,000 ISK per day of job duration. So we have
This-
92 days.
Low key, this right here is the improvement to the contract system that we've been asking about since like 2010. Yes, Jeff, that is exactly what this is. More than anything else, this is that improvement to the contract system that people have always been asking about. A lot of the things that comes up when we talk about an improvement to the contract system plays directly into this world.
Days, which means 9,200,000 ISK. It's very straightforward. And then we have a broadcasting fee. So this is the fee you pay for broadcasting your project from your offices. It's a fixed fee of 150,000 ISK per broadcasting location per day, rounded up. And you can also broadcast from up to 20 locations.
Oh yeah, you can do it for half a day. Got it. I was like, what are you rounding up? I guess rounding up to the nearest day.
So if you have 20 offices around New Eden, you can broadcast the same job from 20 offices if you want to.
That's super cool. So you don't have to go and set up a new one in a bunch of different locations. You can make this one larger job and then have it being broadcasts all over.
It makes it way
let's
more
say,
interesting to
Starter
have a
System
lot
or
of
ISEC
offices.
area or wherever you're thinking of putting these up.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really smart. I like it.
And yeah, thank you. And then we can just create.
That's really smart. Thank you. It's like that Obama giving Obama a medal meme.
The job.
They should let us deploy
Created,
billboards to
and
display our
now
adverts.
If we take a look in opportunities.
They talked about doing that back in like 2019.
Yeah, we can see it here. Capture plexus intern from Minimatar. I can
There
see
it
all the
is.
details here that I set up. Progress, how many complexes are captured. Contribution.
And so you can accept
which
it.
faction to capture for, where, etc. And I can also see which corp issued this, and related opportunities that are near you and are similar to the one that you're looking at.
Nice. We had a question in Twitch chat from Chupi Sama. Who pays for the work done in these upcoming corp jobs? Is it the CEO who funds it? And
The
in the
corp
case
wallet.
of factional warfare, what does a CEO actually gain if you conquer a warplex? Like, there's obviously, if they want something pushed and they don't have the manpower and they're being overwhelmed, they could, I guess, expand. Like, hey, we need more help over here. But who pays for the job itself?
Yeah,
The corp does.
For the job, the corporation pays for the job. The corporation that is issuing the job.
Yeah.
You could see when I create.
Why would a faction warfare corp want to pay people to go run plexus in their system? Asked like a person who's never done faction warfare before.
Back in the corporation window. Let's take a look
At
at
least
this
on a
again.
serious level.
So I am setting up, I, as a CEO or a project manager of the Rusty cohort, this Minimatar Corporation, I am paying for it from the master wallet of the corp, as you can see here. So I just, yep.
So as long as you have enough money in the corp wallet, you'll be able to set up new jobs, and they'll get paid beforehand. And I guess they sit there until the
How can the corp grab NPCs and you still have
job is
plus 10
finished?
personal
Can you
standings?
cancel the job if it's halfway done?
Yeah, definitely you can cancel a job. So I can just go in here, which is a participant overview of the job, and I can just.
If you want to do escalations, Clue, we'll talk about it after stream, but make sure there's Serpentis, not Angels, please.
Cancel the job here. And all the money that I put in the rewards will be returned to me.
Will the money that people have already earned get paid to them?
Yes, it will. Anything that the players have already claimed,
Great.
So any contributions that they have already contributed will be paid out to them. So if they mine some Veldspar, let's say, and they have a claim for 20,000 ISK, that will be taken from the reward pool from the freelance job. And if I cancel the job, then I will only get the money that has not been claimed yet by the players.
Nice.
You can see here the escrow get returned to me because nobody interacted with the job at all. The only fees that are non-refundable is the duration fee and the broadcast fee, and those are here.
Got it. We had another question from chat from Ekrum. Are there any skills associated with the system, or can anyone set this up?
Anybody can set this up. The only skills that we are planning for the future. So currently you can accept up to 3 freelance jobs at a time as a character. We are planning on adding skills that will expand that in the future.
So that you could have like multiple different jobs that you're juggling.
I think it'd be interesting. I like the idea that the skills affect the person taking the jobs instead of the person putting out the job, because the person putting out the job is like, it's not the person doing it, it's representing the corpse. So having his skills be involved it doesn't really make any sense. But being able to accept more jobs is pretty cool. I think that honestly, I would like a skill that lets me see jobs that are further away. So like by default, it's 5 jumps. But if I have better skills, then I could see something 10 jumps away instead of 5 jumps away, maybe.
Basically.
Yeah, exactly. But if you, for example, I can accept a job here. So if I want to do a job, let's do this one for mining ISK. I have to go inside the card and then click accept. And now I am signed up to do the job. As you can see, it has changed to jobs accepted 1 out of 3. And now the job is accepting my contributions. If I had not accepted the jobs and just mined, then nothing would be done. I have to accept the job to participate in it and contribute to it.
So one of the things I think that they need to do for visibility is that what would be cool is if, I don't know how cool this would be, but my instinct is that on some level, there needs to be a thing where if you are doing something that would earn you for a freelancer job that's within broadcast range of you, that it lets you know. I feel like that's a way for people to like spam people potentially. So maybe there'd have to be settings for it. But it'd be cool that if you're like mining Veldspar and they're like, hey, by the way, there's a freelancer job that would pay you to do this right now. Here it is. I feel like there should be a way to do that.
Yeah, you can accept it and then be like, oh, I have a bunch of that ore laying around.
Yeah, exactly. And if I don't like the job, I can always resign from it right here, which means that frees up my slot, but that doesn't mean anything. If I want and I still meet all the conditions to accept it, I can accept it again. Nothing happens.
And will it have saved if you did previously contribute to it? Or will it start you again then?
No, it will not start you again. It will have saved. It will save your contributions here. So if I already
agree, David.
mined 10 million Veldspar before, then I can just continue and contribute.
Obviously, I agree.
Until
I'm one of the big people that preaches that.
Nice.
Or completed.
Well, thank you very much for the look at the freelance jobs. I think this is going to be highly used by recruiters, especially. One thing I did notice there is the background of each job had different colors.
Look at that segue
into our corp palette, if I'm not mistaken. Could
Fucking
you show the freelance
pro
jobs
streamer
again for a
right
second?
there.
Yeah, I'm showing them right now.
So these colored palettes in the backgrounds of each jobs on the right side, has that got to do with the corp identity colors?
Nikon, do you want to?
Yeah, I can handle that. So yeah, the colors you're seeing there are set by the brand managers of the corporation. They can be done through a new window in the corporation management screen.
I'm turning him up a little bit. Hopefully that doesn't hurt us later.
Or is it the brand management screen? And then you can change the corp palette. You can pick up to 3 different colors there. You can enter in the hex code or RGB values as well. So if corporations have that set outside of the game, they can make it match exact as to what they already have. And then
So Loki, here's the thing, and I've asked for this for years. I need a style guide for all of the major empires, right? One thing that has always frustrated me is that CCP has never put out officially what is Galente green, what is Caldari blue. Like that information has never been put out by CCP. I like this new RGB format. I need style guides for the empires that already exist and have colors.
those will automatically update any existing freelance jobs that the corporation might have.
It's going to help with like developing your own identity and kind of expressing that more in even the freelance jobs that you have running for the public.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, this corp palette also touches on the corp logo, if I'm not mistaken.
So the corp logo is something that we are still working on. It's unfortunately not going to be coming out with the expansion, but it is something that we are currently looking at and working.
Well, you could create the Empire colors with hex mapping, but you have to know what those colors are first. CCP's never put out official style guides for the Empires, so you could guess. You could try to find something and eyedrop it, but like there's no official style guide for the Empires, as far as I know.
Working towards updating.
So the plan is then to also have similar.
And I've straight up asked and been told no before.
RGB sliders to exactly have the colors that you want in the corp logo, and not
Yep.
the presets we've had for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. Any sneak peek on when you think that would be coming? Should we just expect in an update in the coming weeks, months?
It's looking towards the months side of
Okay.
things. Yeah.
Wow.
Some things take time.
Yeah.
I wonder what's causing
I
that
like
to
it.
take so long.
Thank you very much for covering the corp palette as well. Is there anything I've forgotten to ask you guys about either one of these things?
I just want to mention in freelance jobs, I want to kind of go over to participants view for admins. It's going to be very quick. Let me find them, and let's accept this one. And as a project manager or CEO, I can see all of the capsuleers that have signed up to my job and are participating in it. So I can see the participant, I can see the corporation they are in, total amount of contributions.
I mean, they could,
made,
Jeff, but
by this
they need to.
participant, percent of the target value, which is the overall value target of the job, which for example for mining that would be mine at 100,000 Welspar. So how many percent of that this person has done, how many ISK this person has earned, and also if the status of this player towards the job, if they accepted the job, resigned, were.
Another thing they need to do is put in for brand managers, etc., alerts, right? I want to be like, hey, anytime anybody maxes out their contribution to this thing, I want a notification about it, right? So that way I can identify who my big players are without having to check this every single time. I just want a thing that's like, ping, hey, this person has maxed out this freelance job.
Removed from it, etc., which is another thing that admins can do, by the way. They can remove.
I also want that for core
the person
projects,
from
honestly.
the job if they don't like them, if they are making a mess, and they will be removed, and they will not be able to join the job again.
So yeah, I'll have like an overview of who are your best contributors, and maybe the people you want to strike up a conversation.
Can you now I want to be able to blacklist somebody from all of my jobs, not just a given job.
With.
Yeah, exactly. So if you go into the participant
Yeah,
view,
but Jeff, I don't think
and
they're
you
going to
see
do that.
You can sort, for example, by the
Jeff, there's a lot of ways that they could do it. They could literally just put out a dev blog with the hex codes in it. Like, they could do it. I've even asked them to do it in the past. They haven't done it. So I'm just saying, like, this is a really good opportunity for them to do it, but we'll see whether or not they do. This is not a technical issue. This is an issue of will. And I secretly, deep down inside, think that CCP may not have a set color that's Galente green, and that's part of the problem.
Percentage or the total amount, and then you can see this person has really done great for our corp, and you can message them, invite them to join.
That's really cool. We have another couple of questions from Twitch chat. Someone said they didn't catch the rewards. Can they hand out ships or modules in addition to ISK for rewards?
No, it's only ISK.
Okay. We had another question. How would you prevent this being used for scams or bait?
That's true. They do have faction UI themes, but that doesn't
we have a couple of things that can mitigate that.
I don't know if it's exactly the faction colors in the same way.
The restriction for player age is one of them. We are also planning to add ACP points restriction. So, for example, players that only have above 700 ACP points can join the job. We will also
ACP is air career points, so progress in the air career.
Warn players if, for example, the location here is set up in nullsec or lowsec. We will just say on this page in a warning label like, hey, this job is taking you into dangerous space. Be careful where you're going.
That's true.
So
that would be
people won't be able to flood
necessary.
the brand new bros straight into Tama and into a
Yeah.
gate camp. I believe we had one more question here. Are there any? Let me see. Will recruiters be able to search the system to see what jobs a certain toon has participated in previously, or will they only see specifically their own?
That's actually a really good point. It'd be awesome to see somebody's history, right? And in fact, this would be cool with core projects too, like being able to look up a person and be like, "Hey, look, here's all the things that they've contributed to in the past."
Corps, their own freelance jobs.
They will only see their own freelance jobs. But look, for the future, we are also planning to introduce ACLs into this. So you can associate an ACL with a job, and that lends really well for alliance projects.
It'd be really cool, really cool if you could make it so that like certain freelance jobs only unlock if you've done a certain amount of work with other freelance jobs, right? Like you have to do the initial freelance jobs and that unlocks higher level jobs. That would lead to being able to have ranking lists for all sorts of different tasks. This is good, Jeff. Wait, that's super smart. You can have an arms dealer who delivers weapons to both sides of a war. Hell yeah. And neither side knows. Yep, that's basically true. Yep. And that's a very common thing. Hell, arguably I did that during invasions, but
if you
moving on.
Include only your alliance in the ACL and you create a job, then basically every player in the alliance can do it, and it's not open to anyone else.
I'm sure that was music to some people's ears, especially the big nullsec movers. Awesome. Thank you very much for this in-depth look at both the freelance jobs and the core palette. I want to move over to the next subject, which is the map update. We're going to talk about exactly is coming with the map update. We showed a bunch of things at FanFest. Could you open up the new map?
Yep, there it is. So I can just talk about the new things a little bit. So we basically grabbed a bunch.
As I've said before, the biggest improvement that I need to see out of the map is the ability to have multiple color coding at the same time, right? I want to see pilots in space in the last 30 minutes and security status of the systems at the same time. Having to flip between them in order to try to figure out what's going on is the biggest reason why the map is clunky to use, in my opinion, right? Dotline wins because it shows you so much different kinds of data about the stuff at the same time. I should be able to look at like, I mean, the 2D map part is important too, but my point is that like I need to be able to see multiple filters at the same time. I need to be able to see faction warfare systems and players dead in the last 30 minutes or whatever.
Of things that were very hidden right here in the header up top, and pull them and show them on the screen.
This is
So
just
if
a
you
layout
wanted to
change.
access filters and highlight systems with those filters applied, previously it was pretty hidden up here. And we put it all down here into this nice menu. You can select the filter category and select any filters that you want, and it will be applied. And what's more, you can now favorite your filters. So if I am really interested in this filter, I can favorite it. I can favorite this one as well. System cost index, why not? Let's favorite it. And then you can see a new section here in the filters, which is my favorite filters. And if I want, I can just interact with those. I can see all my favorites here. I can unfavorite them as I want. So what's possible is like you could favorite all your filters that you want to see. We also added a new way to hide these filter categories. So if you want, you can hide all of them and just use the filters, so it does not clutter your screen, and you can turn them on anytime you want.
I think it can't be understated how cool the favorites part is, because
That is pretty
going
cool.
like you say through these sub menus to look
I mean, it's going to make it easier to flip between two different things to look at it, but I'd much rather be able to do two different kinds of color coding at the same time.
at different
By the way, I just took some pictures of my puppy laying down, so just to there we go. That's this right here. This is what you're supporting with your likes, comments, subscriptions, and memberships. Just so you know, like this puppy is the best. All right, I'm sorry.
Different things. It was time consuming. You had to learn where everything was as well, and being able to set up a certain like favorite tab and swap between them. I think is like incredibly
so far this
useful.
is not any
Could you
better
zoom
than the
out on the
current
map
map
for a little bit
really.
and just showcase like what this would look like if you favorited factional warfare with all militias, and then insurgencies, and then captured leaders in space, and how easy it is to swap between these different things, just to
I want to
showcase
swap between them, but
if you are in factional warfare, you're
be able
thinking
to
about
visualize
the
them at the same
insurgency and where
time.
that is. You're able to now zoom on your area and quickly tab between and see exactly what's going on where. And this is going to be huge for that, instead of having to go through the different type of maps we had before. You had to open like 2-3 different maps to just get this info.
Yeah, all this
it's a
is
super
a
useful feature.
if this is all it is, now obviously this is just the beginning of the journey, but this is effectively shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic, right? Like this is just a UI pass. This doesn't add any new functionality. This doesn't, if you knew how to use the map, this doesn't actually change pretty much anything, especially since the current map, right? Like if I go to the current map, you're right. I can't favorite, but I can, like, it has recent. So if I go all militias and then, wait, hold on. Why is there no insurgencies? Also, why, wait. Oh, I guess they're totally different things. So I can look at insurgencies and I can look at militias. Wait, why isn't this showing up in the recent? There it is. So now I can just flip between it. Congratulations, I can flip between insurgencies and all militias and active in space and all that stuff. Oh look, it's the exact same functionality. So like this is the same as favoriting it pretty much effectively. So I don't know. It's a good start. It's a good start, but keep going. It's only more readable if you didn't know how to use it before. Probably the same in Rift. You have all of your PI assets, clones, jump bridges, live feed from Zkill. Yeah, I need to look into the Rift functionality or the Rift stuff and probably show it off on stream.
Next, we have added some things to the bottom right of the map here. So we have focus on current locations, which you could have already done before, but we also have added focus on your home station here, and switching toggling to abstract layout. Which is just kind of shrinking the map so it's more readable. Another thing that we made more visible is the layout. So on the bottom left, you have the layout menu, and you can lay the galaxy out by system, constellation, or region if you want. And you can also show the navigation links.
I mean, that's cool.
All of them between
but,
regions, or just your selection.
It's already been there.
And you can also select which
really
jump bridge links to show on the map here.
The huge improvements to the map. One thing that we did showcase.
Huge is a stretch. I'm not gonna give you huge. Decent, good start, good for new bros. Huge.
Is at FanFest was this Dotland style type 2D map. I believe that is not going to come with the Legion update. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is not coming with the Legion update yet, to the chagrin of everyone.
Take some tweaking, but it is being worked.
The Dotland one would be a huge update.
There were a lot of other things shown at FanFest 2 in relating to the map itself. But what you've shown so far is already a huge step up.
It's not even more bells and whistles.
Navigate the map.
It's the exact same bells and whistles. It's the exact same one. The only difference is that right now you need to know to come up here into the top left corner. And after this, it's going to have a fancy thing at the bottom to help you see them. That's it. That's the only difference.
quickly and the filters that you really care about.
Yeah, definitely.
What the map really needs is a sorting by military and industry index. Because when you hunt, it's basically how you see what's happening in the system. If people mining, green arrow near industry index. Yeah. I think that a lot of that stuff can be gotten through API, right? Hold on. So this is the Eve Swagger interface. This is what we can get from the API. Well, there at the very least is going to be added to the API. You can look up sovereignty. It'll include the alliance faction. Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't have anything about the indexes. What about campaigns? What does campaign even mean? Attackers score, defenders ID, defenders score, participants. This must be like the actual Intosis event. Shows sovereignty data for a campaign. This is going to show vulnerability occupancy number. You could theoretically pull out some information about the APM or ADM, right? ADM. What is status? Status is just like whether or not the server's on, right? Yeah. What else could it be? It wouldn't be a universe. System kills, system jumps. Systems. Oh no, that's a list of systems. So systems by ID. Planets, position, security class, security status, star ID, Stargate station, system ID. Nope. Yeah. It doesn't look like ADM ever got added to the... Did ADM just never get added to the API? This is why, like, it's such a big deal that they're adding... like, they're focusing on the ESI again. Because, yeah, there is so many different things in the last, like, decade that's been added to the game. Mining. Oh, this is the mining ledger. So that's not going to work either. Nope. Yep. I think you're pretty much not going to get anything from API yet. But when they start putting a lot of this stuff on the API, it'll start being a lot more powerful in that regard.
Also, this window is responsive, so if you want to have the map in just a floating window like this, the filters...
Now, Jeff, local is free intel. Map gives you different intel, but that doesn't make the local not instant, perfect, free intel. Just throwing it out there. You're gonna get me riled up defending local as an intel tool.
Don't have the descriptions labels anymore, and they are much smaller, so it doesn't occupy most of your window anymore. And if you want, you can even scrunch it down to like a really tiny view, in which the filters will look like they did before.
Okay. There's lots of customizability when it comes to this map, however people want to have it.
Exactly.
You physically have to be present. Yes. That's true. But if you are in a system, it is perfect intel. So, yes, there are limitations to it, but I hate the fact that a chat client is an intel tool. Like, that bothers the hell out of me. In my opinion, the solution is local should be constellation wide. That's it. That's the solution. It's just that easy. Make local constellation wide. Boom. Done. Easy peasy. No more problems. Ash never has to bitch about this shit again.
Perfect. Well, thank you both for your time, for showcasing the Freelance Jobs Core Palette and Map update. I'm going to let you guys go back to work and whatever else you were doing before this and introduce the next couple of guests. Thank you for your time.
A solve module would be great. I also think that you could just get it could be the other direction. I think that there should be a deployable that turns off local for the constellation. You have to do it. You can't do it turns off local for the system because then it's too easy to identify where it is and take it out. But if I could deploy a deployable and that takes out local for the whole constellation, now the target knows that there's a problem, but the exact nature and solution to that problem is not 100% clear. So that's one way to do it. I think that both of these things are good. Local should be made into constellation-wide, and there should be a deployable to take out local for the constellation. But either of those separately would also be good. But I'll still mock you if you complain about local being intel and still be okay with API intel. API is often cached, and I also think that API intel is too strong. And let me just say that also, Jeff. I think that API intel is too strong. The fact that the best example of this was like back in the old system when POSs were the way that you mined moons, you could put a doodad on the POS, a siphon unit that would siphon materials out of the POS. This is a really cool mechanic and should have been a lot cooler than it was, but because all of the POSGU was API control or like monitor, basically any empire would be able to identify immediately as soon as a siphon unit started affecting the extraction, because the numbers weren't correct, right? It's pulling in less than it's supposed to. Oh shit, they're siphon units. Go take care of it. I don't like that either. I think that you're right. I am a big fan of manual intel tools. I think that the best case scenario is remove local as an intel tool as much as possible, but allow people to put up observation posts on Stargates and other celestials that monitor and record everything that happens there, and give people the ability to open up like a security panel to see the status of all of their different observation posts, and let there be a real security role in the game, and allow people to be able to hack those observation units to turn them off, and then you know, oh shit, we have a problem. But again, the nature of the problem isn't quite defined. I made bank right after siphons came out and the empires figured out until the empires figured out those API things. Yeah, the API thing totally cheapened it.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
See ya.
Up next, we're going to have SOV upgrades, ships, and ship updates, and we're going to have CCP Fozzie and CCP Castrol. Welcome to both of you.
There you go, Mike. Hey, glad to be here. How's it going?
Yes,
very
playing
well.
counterplay
How are
is
you
critical.
guys?
Yeah, doing well.
Sheesh, thank you for that 10 gifted memberships. Of course, Sheesh being one of my immortal sponsors. Thank you so much for all of your support and everybody who supports the stream. It's huge. It's a big deal. Especially this month. It's been a big deal. But thank you so much, Sheesh. You're a good dude.
We're
Excited for
in the last kind of section of hardening for the expansion.
Yeah, we got the expansion in what, a week and a half?
Yeah, coming up. We've got our producers have a big board with countdown days to go until the expansion, and we're working through some of the last feedback and iteration bits. Yeah.
That's it's always the I guess final stretch before.
When Fozzie refers to hardening, this is like a programmer software development world term or like idea, right? Like, so as right now, like they present the stuff and it can be whatever, like, but as they get closer and closer and closer to release, obviously things have to get firmed up. This is like, it's like concrete, right? So, right now the Baba Yaga's stats are, could be theoretically adjusted, but as we get closer and closer to the expansion, they're going to lock in these things, and that's just what it's going to be, right?
For the expansion, but we want to showcase and talk a little bit more about the SOV
I think
upgrades.
that's overpowered is the ability to see how many NPCs have been killed in the system. Many people want local to go away, but are perfectly fine with being able to see where people are ratting. I don't know. I think that can be argued to be okay. It's a matter of, again, a lot of this stuff, especially when it comes to the API, is how delayed the data is and how specific the data is. Like, you could have a thing where it's like NPCs that have been killed in the system in the last 24 hours, and that be good at helping you identify the target points for an enemy in general, but not for hunting targets in the moment. I also think that there's a different consideration when it comes to balancing defensive information versus offensive information. Knowing where to strike as an aggressive person is, I think, a little bit more useful because it actually gets people to do stuff. Whereas a defensive intel, generally speaking, subverts or suppresses content. Because, like, if I know where to strike, then that makes my strikes more efficient and makes me more inclined to make a strike. If they can detect me before I make it to the strike, then there's more likelihood that when I get there, there's nothing there, and it's a giant waste for everybody, right? So I think that I get what you're saying, Jeff, but I don't think that offensive intel and defensive intel are equal.
The ships, the new ones that are coming out in the updates, and we're going to start off with the Salvo upgrades themselves. This time I'm going
Remember, I was a scout in the military, so I have opinions about intel.
to be screen sharing. Before we dive into this, I do want to prelude that we're on a test server here, and some of these things have already been adjusted in what they're going to be like on expansion day itself. Some of the pricing, some of the effects as well. But let's start off with the colony resource management, specifically the fact that you can now change workforce into power and power into
Yeah, I want it to be a valid role.
This is something brand new.
Security.
Can you guys tell me about this?
Yes, indeed. So yeah, these are a set of upgrades that are designed to give some more flexibility for SOV holders. There's 6 of them total, 3 that convert power into workforce and 3 that convert workforce into power at different amounts. And they all consume reagents as well. The general idea is they give you the ability to take a system that maybe has good strengths in one resource but not in the other, or is very close to the edge to be able to fit that next upgrade that you want, and you can put it over the top by installing these upgrades and adjusting things.
And for the record, Jeff, it is absolutely okay for us to disagree. You probably have some really good points in the whole matter. I hope I have really good points in the matter. Like, that's like, these are things that well-meaning people can disagree on. There is a balance there. I think that we can all agree, or I think that the bottom line is that I don't like the fact that local has become a default de facto intel tool. It's a chat client that we now rely on as an intel tool, and that causes a whole bunch of knock-on effects. Like, when chat goes down, suddenly people are like, when the chat client was unreliable for a little while, people got mad at CCP because it was their intel tool, and that shows me how flawed the system is from the go, right? Your chat client going down shouldn't mean your entire empire stops functioning. Blackout, I mean, Blackout was pretty cool. Just saying. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people hated it, but a lot of people liked it. And honestly, there were a lot of people, even the victims of Blackout, still, like, I know several people that during Blackout were still out there ratting, was still out there mining, and their efforts were far more valuable. It raised the risk versus reward because there wasn't as many other people doing it too.
It basically, when Equinox came in, it created this landscape, so to speak.
Yes,
and
the server pop did drop during. The server pop did drop during Blackout. However, you got to remember that Blackout happened at a time of the absolute height of multi-boxing. A lot of the server drop that happened during Blackout and during Scarcity was people no longer logging in 21 people at a time. Instead, they're logging in like 2 or 3. And bots, yeah. So, yes, it dropped during Blackout. But in my opinion, and this is something that a lot of people don't give credit for when you look at the numbers, was... And they weren't always in dock. You know, I actually went to an Eve gathering during the time. You know, as the fancy streamer invasion runner, and my buddy or this other guy was like, you know, in Goon Swarm, and he's like, you know where all my people are right now? You know where all my people are? They're not ratting. They're not mining because of blackout. You know where they are? They're in your fleet. And that's true. Like, a lot of people during that time just went and did other things that were cool to do, like invasions.
Were really good, and others were kind of scuffed. And this way, you can kind of pass.
And actually, to go into that a little bit more, that was actually one of the best parts of, like, that. One of the big things that people don't understand about the blackout and that sort of stuff, and scarcity, and a lot of these changes, is that like, botting was a much bigger problem back then. People still have problems with bots, but back then it was a ubiquitous problem. And so the thing is that when you do something like blackout that changes the conditions of the balance of power, everybody adjusts to it, right? But human beings adjust to it as a scatter plot. Some of them will dock up. Some of them will change their behavior. Some of them will keep doing it no matter what. Some of them will move to high sec. Everybody's kind of going to do their own thing. But bot networks make changes as a whole, right? Suddenly, 300 people all shift over to doing emergent conduits the exact same way. Back when they were all VNI ratting, all the VNIs looked the same. Players, bots, etc. When they black out, suddenly all the VNIs scatter, but a chunk of the VNIs all swap over to suddenly running emergent conduits in Praxis. Boom, they nail the bot network. Because the bot network will shift behavior as a block, whereas players will shift behavior more individually.
Patch some of the holes in what you wanted to do with the systems. And maybe a system really could do with a little bit of extra power, and now you'll have the ability to tweak these things. Is there a limit on how many of these you can upgrade in a system?
Yes, you can only have one of these per system, so you can have a choice depending on how
Lots
much
of
you
bots
want to
do
convert.
run
You
home
can
fronts now,
choose some of
yes.
the lower tier ones or the higher tier ones.
But also, like, it's one of those things, like, so, and I said this back then too, the issue with bots and identifying bots and the difficulty of the bots isn't actually necessarily the bots themselves. The problem runs into when players begin appearing indistinguishable from bots. The problem with the VNI was that you just warp to the Plex, or sorry, you warp to the Haven or whatever. You drop your drones, you orbit at, 15 kilometers with your afterburner on, and then you wait till the site is over. A bot doing it and a player doing it is identical mechanically. Like, when players and bots are the same, that's when you really run into problems. And to the point, home fronts, a lot of the home fronts, especially the home fronts that bots like to do, like, the difference, like, we could call them bots, but if they're just a multi-boxer that's actually playing them, is it that much better if they only have to do, like, one action a minute per client? I'd argue it's basically the same.
But either way, they're all mutually exclusive, so only one of this whole set of 6 can be installed per system.
You can't somehow cook the system to have way more than it should have by multiple ones. Very smart. I was looking at the next thing up, which is going to be the...
Chat limited to D-scan range would be really weird. I mean, it could be good, like a proximity chat type thing, but, like, then when you're warping around, suddenly somebody can't talk to you anymore. Chat local already isn't a chat client. I don't think that thinking of it as an intel tool doesn't help the situation at all. I don't think it does help at all. I already told you the story about me joining Goons in order to try Ishtar content. Just saying, the amount of people toxic in local about my 10 Ishtars was huge. Even me fighting in PvP. Right? Yeah. Exactly. Like, honestly, very often botting is it's just a slur in a way. And I've also, multi-broadcasting is a big thing too. Like, I've had a lot of people be like, oh my God, they must be botting, or they must be, multi-broadcasting or whatever. When it's like, warp fleet is a command that you can give, right? Like, the fact that the entire group of 10 Ishtars all warped at the same time is not indicative that they're botting. That's a mechanic in the game.
The signature detection ones.
Yeah, the
these-
expiration detectors.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yes. Tell me about these.
So these are a set of upgrades that bring back data and relic sites to SOV upgrade. So this is something that existed in the pre-Equinox SOV system, but was never very good in that system. There
didn't
was
even
a
know it
few
existed.
reasons for that. But what we've done here is we've changed the way they distribute the sites. So instead of distributing the sites all into the one system.
Well, it's a low amount of buttons, it's a low amount of APM, but it's also how many things that you have to consider at once, right? So, like, the dread site, where basically all you have to do is cap up the dread, and everybody else, you're just basically paying attention to who's taking damage and repping them, right? Everybody's kind of thinking about the same thing, so one person can control that just fine. The hacking site, you now have 4 different people hacking 4 different cans. Those are different jobs. It's very hard for one person to do all of those efficiently. It much, much better lends itself to being a group content.
System you've installed the upgrade, they distribute the sites randomly to systems within 5 jumps of the system you've installed the upgrade
Right,
into,
and low number
as
of
long as
rolls.
those systems are nullsec. And that means that you'll be able to install an upgrade and have it affect a whole area of space, and you can install multiple upgrades in a cluster, and they'll all overlap each other. And it fits really well with the exploration gameplay of moving from system to system finding sites instead of the like mining or a combat PV gameplay, which is a lot more focused on kind of the single system. And these are going to be significantly upgraded from the old sites.
Correct, but Nth would be what I consider a power player. I do like these sovereignty hubs, but this is one of those things that I hope that we have better intel as to where, like, as an invader into somebody's space, I want to be able to figure out where these sites are. It can't just be for the owners of the system. Too much, either way. That is, I am biased in this one.
So they'll generate the versions of the existing exploration sites that show up in SOV and non-SOV null. And they have a special feature that these ones will be able to escalate into a set of new data and route escalation
I need exploration escalations in my life.
Some pretty valuable loot, some valuable versions of a lot of the same loot that's already in exploration, plus some new stuff. So we've got some new modules, some new implants that are going to be exclusive to these sites right now. That are going to be pretty exciting.
Just as a little bit of a preview, if you notice, they've got a Baba Raga here, and they've also got a full set of mimesis implants ready to plug in. I'm excited.
Awesome. So,
who was the popular multi-boxer who passed away in the motorcycle accident? You're thinking of... Oh my god. Why did the name just fall out of my head? No, Hateless. Hateless. Good friend of mine. Hateless Gaming. Great. Go... Still worth going and checking out his content, by the way. He did some amazing content. The idea of Aurora to have caps, multiple points that could be targeted was interesting. The idea of Aurora to have caps have multiple points that could be targeted was interesting. Oh, CSP Aurora had that one? Exploration trig ship coming? I mean, as much as I think that that's cool, I think that, like, the exploration meta is pretty full and pretty well done, in my opinion. I don't know if we need any more exploration ships, per se. That said, Trig Holler when?
I believe I was talking to you guys about this yesterday, that only drone exploration sites could, up until this point, have escalations to them. Is that correct?
Wait, drone?
Yes, up until now, that was the only escalation, and for some live events too, some limited time.
I'm sorry, drone exploration sites escalate? Is that true? Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, he passed away in a motorcycle accident a few years ago. Drone relic sites are worthless? I mean... like if you had other points than the massive amount of EHP that caps had to interact with. It could be cool if, like, you could disable certain functionality. I think you could pick up single to a combat site. Huh.
Time events.
Yeah.
But these ones, the sites that spawn from the upgrades, will now all have a chance of escalating, and those escalations will have chances of dropping things like a new implant set that improves the your data and relic hacking minigame. You'll have things like new scan upgrades, things like new faction versions of some of the.
Oh, okay. So apparently the drone sites that were put in recently. Drone lands have special drone sites instead of regular pirate relic sites. No sleeper caches either. They don't have ghost sites. Drone sites have a chance to escalate when the last can is hatched. These escalations drop augmented BPCs, but you can double dip escalations by cargo scanning the 3 cans, leaving the worst ones unhacked. Coming back after downtime when the escalation refreshes. Cool.
Modules that can be found in blueprint form in data sites, so like the local ancillary armor and shield repairs and boosters, micro jump drives, reactive armor hardeners. Those are gonna be pretty cool.
I want that. We were just talking about this earlier today. I want the upgraded reactive armor hardener so bad. So bad.
All kinds of really cool goodies. This is awesome. I really like this. Someone asked here, do they stack, or is there only one per constellation? I believe you said it's one per system, right?
It's one per system, but you can place them. Yeah, you can have multiple per constellation, and they will, in that way, stack in that they'll all.
We should take a constellation of space and then just fit this thing in every single system in there and just open it up, like just be like, hey, this is your exploration dreamland. Something tells me that that would be a very bad thing in the long run, but I feel like I still want to do it.
Overlap. So it'll add the ability to spawn these sites throughout anywhere within 5 jumps, and then if you have other ones within that range too, they'll all overlap, and you can have an area of your space that has a lot of exploration potential and a lot of these sites spawning.
So you could potentially, if you have like a pipe system that you own, you could just install this in every one and just have like
Probably
your exploration alley,
Hell yeah.
so to speak.
Absolutely, you can. Yeah. And it means that there's some interesting player choices around where you want to install it, because if you install them in areas that have a lot of systems than 5 jumps, like an area that has a big web of system connections nearby, then you'll get more systems covered, which then actually means more total sites spawned per day, for instance. But it also means that it's a lot.
That's an interesting thing that he says. So the more systems that get covered, the more sites per day. So it's not like there's a certain, like, it's not like it's five sites, and so you want to get it like as compressed as possible. The more systems that get covered, the more sites get spawned. It sounds like
Larger area that you have to.
Also, remember that this is their new spawning mechanics where it will favor systems that don't already have sites, so it'll spread out the sites as much as they can.
Search down and find the sites in. So there's a bit of a interesting set of priorities players can choose between. You can either put them into like a dead end area and have a smaller area of space to go through to find them, but also there's fewer sites, or you can go into an area that has a lot of systems than 5 jumps, and then you'll get a larger number of sites, but spread out across a larger area.
We have a couple more questions here. Will the faction region of space still dictate the loot drop?
The faction region of the system that has the SOV hub will determine the sites that spawn. So yes, you'll get, if you install these into the SOV
absolutely
hub in a
needs to
system
do
that
this.
has Angel NPCs,
Absolutely need to do this.
then you'll be generating Angel.
For those of you who do not know, Sancha is considered to be the best exploration sites because of intact armor plates, with Garistas being a close number 2.
Data and relic sites, but that also means that if you install near the edge of Sancha space and it bleeds into Sancha space like within 5 jumps, then it'll be spawning those Angel sites in those systems in Sancha space and vice versa.
Okay. We have another question. Can outsiders see where these upgrades are installed for day tripping visitors? Will visitors know that a certain area has these installed and that they will have a likelier spawn of these?
So the only way to find out when they're installed is either to have like a friend or a spy in the alliance, or to go up to the SOV hub itself and take a look. There's going to be a visible upgrade on the outside.
No, there isn't. Stop lying. You even said in FanFest that that there's a bug that makes it so you can't see what's currently online on the structures. If you get that done in time, then yes. But you said at FanFest that isn't going to be done on time, CSP Fozzie. I love you. I love you. But no, you can't tell by looking at it.
Side of the soft hub that you can see.
I'm not bitter.
But
You're bitter.
also, what you can do is you can fly around and notice that these sites, the ones that are spawned by the upgrades, have a prefix in front of them. So in front of their name, they have the word detected. And if you see a detected crystal quarry site, then you'll know that that means that it was spawned by one of the upgrades, not one of the just kind of general worldwide random spawns. And you'll know that there's one of them nearby, and you might want to stick around in that area and do some more exploring there.
So you'll know there'll be one of these at least installed, at least 5 jumps from where you are.
Yeah.
Another question here. Is there a diminishing return if they're overlapping, if you have like many of them system to system?
Nope, no diminishing returns. They each spawn their sites independently from each other, so they don't care about what other ones are installed nearby when they're determining how many sites to spawn and things like that. They just, each Sov hub manages spawning its own sites within 5 jumps.
And then the last question on these, will the exploration upgrades create ghost sites? What are the respawn rates? We're not going to talk about the respawn rates, but
No, it's new sites.
We won't have the
Right?
exact respawn rates. They are going to spawn quite a few sites. There's a lot of randomness to the respawn rates, I'll note, compared to a lot of our other sites that we spawn in upgrades, which have a pretty often an exact amount of time between spawns or a very small amount of randomness. These ones have quite a bit of randomness, which fits in well with the exploration gameplay. And there won't be ghost sites in these right now. That's possible we might add something like that in the future, but at least at launch, these will just have the standard pirate faction dated relic sites.
awesome. These are very exciting. Next up, I want to talk about the system effect generators, and I want to restate that some of these effects here have already been changed from what's coming out in the expansion itself. I'm going to put them to the side as well.
And we can talk about a bit of what's changing too.
Yeah.
Although we won't be able to show it on screen because again, this
Yeah.
particular test server was updated before we've made these last changes. So I can talk through what these are in general. These are a new set of upgrades that are also, again, mutually exclusive, so you can only have one of them per system. And what they allow you to do is choose between 4 different sets of buffs that you could have in your system that apply to all pilots in space.
Well, these do consume per hour.
Power and workforce and magmatic gas reagents. And you can basically
Magmatic gas is the same stuff that that's the same as Metanoxes and different from Cynos, right? I'm pretty sure. Ice is Cynos and Cynojammers. Magmatic ice is Metanoxes. So this is going to make Metanoxes more expensive by having a new consumption of magmatic gas.
So you can see on the screen there, we've got different themes based on the types of bonuses that you would see in the Abyss. They're not exactly the same as the Abyss or the Metaluma Storms, but they have some similar themes. There's a electric one, which gives you bonuses to capacitor recharge rate and targeting range and directional scanner range. Notably, this is the first time that you've been able to get a modification to your D-scan range, but we hope that that'll be something we
That's such a great that's such a great newbie, especially friendly upgrade for ratters, right? Because like, you know, depending on the stuff, like when I was first playing, like a lot of newbies struggle with their capacitor. So this is going to be a good way for newbies to have fits that like have maybe better repping power than they normally would be able to have, plus longer D-scan to keep yourself alive. I hope this brings back like a battleship ratting capabilities. When I first started ratting, I was in an Abaddon. This just makes me want to rat in an Abaddon again.
More of. This is a bit of an experiment to see how people like it, and then we can do more things with it, like maybe have rigs that change it, or modules that change it, or ships with bonuses in the future. The exotic one gives you scan resolution and warp speed. That's going to be a pretty exciting one. I know there's been a lot of folks who've been excited about using those in incursion systems to move from sites to sites faster, but just generally warp speed's a pretty nice convenience buff across the board. And those two at the moment keep staying the same, the ones I've just mentioned. The two that we're actually changing based on your feedback and the CSM's feedback are the next two. So we showed off.
We showed as well before the attributes. They're not staying.
I mean, you're right, not Henry, but at the same time, as an interceptor, I'm jumping into a system. I see only a couple of havens. I'm already in warp. If they're like, I'm going to hit D-scan. I'm going to see the ones that are in range, and if that doesn't have a person, I'm going to warp to the ones that aren't in range. So,
Exactly the same, because I believe the fuel startup cost on these is going to be 10 times, right? It's not going to be
Yes, we're upping the fuel
6,200.
startup cost again based on some of the feedback and chats we've been having with you guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they're increasing the startup cost because people were concerned about these things being flipped on and off rapidly, like at will. So they're increasing the startup cost. That's cool.
the community and with the CSM. Yeah.
Yeah, so people can't just immediately swap these things around willy-nilly, so to speak. But
Yeah, you can turn them on and off, but it's going to have a non-trivial cost to do so. And they're
Yeah.
also going to be among the more expensive of the upgrades, so you can swap which one you've got in a system, but to do so means destroying the old one, so that'll get expensive fast if you do a lot of it. Yeah.
Cool. Now onto the gamma and plasma. Talk to me about these.
So these are ones we showed off the stats of all these in the presentations at FanFest, and we got a lot of feedback that these two seemed more powerful than the other two. They've got bonuses to different types of tanks. So the gamma one is bonus to shields, and the plasma one is bonuses to armor. And the gamma also has bonuses to capacitor capacity, and the plasma has bonuses to overheating effectiveness. And especially the armor and shield bonuses are what we got a lot of feedback. We got some feedback in the actual ship and module balance panel. We had some people ask questions about that in the halls and at the party, and the CSM expressed some concerns as well. So we've been making some changes. We've been having a lot of chats with the CSM over the past couple of week and a bit.
Shield HP is so much more important than armor HP, though.
And we've got a new plan for it that we've discussed with them, thanks to a lot of your feedback and their feedback, which is that we're swapping out the 15% HP bonuses on these to two other bonuses. So they're going to have a 5% HP bonus and a 5% bonus to local repairers of that type. So the gamma one's going to have a 5% shield HP bonus.
Okay, that's better.
And a 5%
I like
strength of local shield repairers.
I like that.
And
I like that a lot.
The armor equivalent for plasma.
That also balances it a lot more between the armor and the shield one. The fact that it's half buffer, half rep. That feels a lot better. That feels a lot better.
This is going to mean that they're useful for a whole lot of things, and those are still very strong bonuses. But it means that they're a little bit less specialized for one particular use case. If you have a fleet.
Like that gamma is going to be Yes, armor HP is more important for caps, but 15% shield bonuses in a world in which Nirvanas exist and passive shield tanks exist. Can you imagine a rattlesnake in that condition? Can you imagine a shield super in that condition? You're not going to kill him. Armor hit points, it's going to take him a little bit more time to kill it, but shields passive regen, especially given how people stack those things, that would have been the difference between those two in power seems incredible to me.
That's fit, buffer fit, and you turn this on right before a fight starts to get a huge advantage. This is going to mean that you can still do that, but that's going to be a bit less effective. And the CSM has been pretty happy with this version.
Won't it favor shields, though? Shields will probably be used for ratters and armor for PvP, but PvP often use remote repairs instead of local. I mean, yeah, but I mean, I could definitely see it being used for, all four of these are actually pretty decent for ratting. But this one with the overheating modules one can be fun too. I don't know. I think that they could be good.
As an improvement of the old one, and we hope you guys will as well.
It
Hopefully
changes
it'll change the way
what
people
this
crap.
would have been from, just buffing massive fleets, and almost this was looking like a bit too strong for turtling in your own area, so to speak. Your capitals, being able to field those type of things with this type of an extra bonus would be really rough. Instead, it moves it kind of down the ladder. Well, we'll still be able to have 5% shield or 5% armor, but that local tank, that also changes things. It suddenly makes things, any local tanked Ishtar Gila running things is going to benefit way more from this than just a pure buffer bonus as well.
Yeah,
and
it's gonna
all
be
the other
great
ships too.
For some of the high-end riding ships like Radiant Marauders. It's going to be great for.
Yeah.
And there's going to be plenty of PvP fits that'll benefit from it as well. So yeah, I think it's still going to be very attractive. A lot of the feedback we gotten from the community
Is this
was
going to
that
influence
those two
rats? That's what I'm
were
wondering
probably
about.
gonna
There's no
overshadow the other
downsides unlike
two,
the
and
Abyss,
so
so
we
going to
hope
go
that
into
this'll
Gamma
make
with an
them a
armor
little bit more
fleet won't
balanced
hurt
with
you
each other.
and buff
And
the
of
enemy.
course, after
Yep.
we release and see how they play out and how people use them and how people enjoy using them, we can always make more changes to them and also add more types in the future, so we can get even a larger variety of options.
Awesome.
Yeah, they said that about the Abyss too, and then they never added another weather ever again.
This is cool. We're gonna have our own installable space weather, so to speak.
This is exactly, by the way, pretty much what I said that they were going to do with nullsec, a couple years ago when they were talking about redoing nullsec. Although I did consider like upsides and downsides where you could like increase your ability to rat, but it also increases the number of wormholes that connect. But I think that what happened, like especially with the Equinox, like CCP wants nullsec to be happy with these changes so badly, and nullsec is so prepared to latch onto any negativity and just pound with that. That I think it's important. I think it's actually a good idea for them to just make it a benefit, because if there was any penalty at all, then nullsec would just hyper focus on whatever the penalty is.
Making the systems even more customizable.
Well, space weather is something that they've talked about since 2019, which I mean doesn't make it not from Stellaris.
Moving on from here, we're going to be talking now about the new ships.
Oh, actually, just quickly, while we're still kind of
yeah.
on the general SOV topic, I'll mention one other thing that's not a SOV upgrade in particular, but is a pretty notable change
keep
that
flipping
is going
between
to be
the two.
coming in the Legion expansion, which is that after Legion, when you conquer a system, so when you install a new SOV hub, you'll get the opportunity within that first hour to conquer and capture local skyhooks.
Oh, that's interesting. You only have an hour to take over the skyhooks, and it happens when you take sovereignty. That's pretty cool.
Well, so at the moment, there's something that's been in place all the way since Equinox, which allowed you to destroy opposing skyhooks in a system after you've conquered it. But now we're giving you the option to pay some ISK and instead conquer and just actually bring the skyhooks over to your side. And we think that's going to be a nice quality of life improvement.
Nice. It'll also lower the installing of infrastructure if you take over another area that already has infrastructure set up.
Yes, it
Skyhook builders everywhere weep.
makes attacking a system that's built up somewhat more attractive than attacking a system that maybe just has a SOV hub but doesn't have a full infrastructure set up yet.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you very much for going through all of these SOV upgrades. Up next, we're going to talk about the Baba Roga. And I believe you both are going to undock with me. We're going to talk a little bit about the ship, its bonuses. We might shoot each other a little bit and show how high it can spool up to, how long it takes to spool up to max damage, and just some general things. Let's talk first about just the ship, how it looks. I kind of want to warp around with you. Ignore all the Vargers. I know it looks kind of weird, but we'll showcase that a little bit later, what these Vargers are here for. Oh, very pink one there, Fuzzy.
I have the best skin, yes.
Perfect. I'm gonna warp us together just to have us sitting on some planet here, and we can kind of talk about the way the ship looks. We can talk about it.
Pro FC, even just in this demonstration, doesn't warp to 0. Love it. Mwah.
Looks like a beefed up Leshak, which it is.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a Marauder based on the Leshak hull, so it has a lot of the same bonuses of Leshak. It uses a large or super tidal entropic disintegrator, just like the Leshak.
I can't tell whether or not this is on the test server. It probably is, but they are in Polaris, so it's not going to be where we can get to anyways. No, it has to be on the test server because the Baba Raga isn't on Tranquility right now. So yeah, this has to be on the test server, and they're in Polaris.
And it has a lot of the same utility high slot bonuses as Leshak. But at its core, it is a Marauder, so it's got the ability to fit a Bastion module. It's got all of those awesome Marauder bonuses like a active repair bonus, the ability to...
Yes, actually, when Katia Sai finished his... yeah, that's why it's 2 FPS. when Katia Sai did their whole tour of every system in New Eden, I think it was CCP Fozzie brought him / her, the player's male, to Polaris and a few of the other systems, just so that way Katia had been to every major system. So yes, Katia Sai has made it, at the very minimum, has been to Polaris.
To get faster cycle time when you're running the Bastion module, more hit points, all that fun stuff.
Oh, I know you guys were talking about some theoretical crazy numbers that you were able to spool to in some tests, but let's just do a normal spool up where I'm gonna be shooting CCP Kestrel, if you wouldn't mind. I'm gonna shoot you a little bit, and we're gonna showcase just how much this thing can spool up to. I'm also gonna first of all show the info here.
Yeah, so one of the things you'll note looking at the stats or the bonuses that are listed here is that the ship doesn't have a base damage bonus from its hull to the Tropic Disintegrator. Instead, it's got maximum range and tracking speed, both really strong bonuses. The range on this ship is pretty awesome when you've got it fit with long range ammo. And that's really beneficial because in a lot of times when it's in combat, it's not going to be able to move. So having that bonus is pretty huge. The damage on the ship comes very heavily from the Bastion module. So compared to other Marauders, this is a ship that relies more on the Bastion module than the other ones. So the difference in power between when it is running Bastion and when it's not is pretty huge.
Yeah, that it also increases its range as well, the optimal range. So it's going to be able to protect further when it's in Bastion mode.
Thing's gonna shoot so far.
Apologies for the stutters. Everything was quite smooth here on this test server before, but hopefully it'll iron itself out. Kestrel, are you okay if I shoot you a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm in Bastion mode, so I should be able to.
You're already in Bastion mode. Actually, I'm going to do a little flyby next to you and see what
I
that
looks
looks
it.
like.
I love this ship so much.
Ships.
Yeah,
As
you'll see some little. There's 3 like prods that move out when it goes into Bastion mode. 1 on the top and then 2 on the bottom sides.
I think it also opens these panels on the side of it, making it look really angry. Where it has all kinds of sparks and things coming out of it.
And like, yeah, some good Triglavian dark energy pouring out.
Oh yeah, that's in Bastion mode right now.
I am stuttering a little bit on this test server here, but I think we're
yeah,
still going to be able to do the
lightning.
tests that I wanted to showcase here. I just
Graphic
won't do
effects.
many
My
crazy panning
my
shots.
skin is overloading your graphics card, obviously.
That might be it. Before testing, I didn't have a pink one here next to me. I'm going to start shooting you here.
Okay. So optimal range with a cult is 28 kilometers. They're not in Bastion yet.
And I'm going to have this panel open at the same time, so you can see as I shoot. So for those who don't know, Triglavians have a weapon that does 5% more damage each time you shoot. So it does more and more damage up to a certain limit. Then when I go in Bastion, it's gonna increase that as well, the amount of damage it's doing. How much can this spool up to if nothing in particular was on the ship, if I didn't have any damage mods? Do you guys know the base damage
so 28 kilometers
numbers, what it can spool up to damage-wise?
That seems pretty short.
Yeah, I think it spools up to around 4,800 DPS if you just have 3 Tech 2 Entropic Heatsinks and Bastion mode on and max skills. But you can get it a lot higher, of course, with things like Mutaplasmids and the Mimesis implant set, which you have in your cargo holds for later, and like implants and boosters and other things.
Yeah, remember, it spools...
Yeah, this is not a...
This is going to spool twice as high in the same amount of time as the Leshak. Now, granted, the Leshak has a bonus base damage, so that top spool, like, the spool isn't quite equal. We're going to have to see the comparison of them. But remember, because it's cycling twice as fast because of Bastion, and it can cycle twice as high, it's basically twice as efficient in its spooling, or, you know, it's going to get twice as high in the same amount of time as a Leshak.
A front-loaded damage type ship. A lot of people were...
The other thing is, like, don't underestimate. As we saw with the Iki today, sure, you could talk about how it has a lower damage, but it has such good application, especially with this tracking bonus, that it's probably going to like pound for pound be as good, if not better, than the Paladin. The Paladin may have more theoretical upfront damage, but the Baba Yaga is going to be able to apply it better.
You know, there are some people in the community who are tired of the Vargr, and they're like, oh, another Marauder. But this is like way less damage at the start. But if you're being spooled on for a long time, this is going to add a lot of pressure over a certain amount of time. But it takes a while to get there.
Yeah, it's notable that the Bastion module, the way it gives a damage bonus is by improving the rate of fire of a weapon. And rate of fire is a really great bonus for Triglavian and Tropic Disintegrators because it means that they both
They're at 3k DPS already
directly, but also that they spool up faster. Because, like you said, it gets more damage each time it fires, and it fires more often, so it'll spool that up faster. Combined with the fact that the Babaroga has a bonus to max spool, means that it starts out doing like low to moderate damage. It starts out actually a little bit lower than the Leshak, but it ends up much higher.
And of course, if you put the Mimesis in, you're going to spool even higher, but it's going to take even longer to get to that top damage. Making this a very attractive
4k DPS
bashing ship if there are structures you want to be hitting with low number of pilots. This is going to be able to sit there and get to a very high damage number eventually.
Yeah, this is the new record holder for subcapital DPS by a pretty sizable margin.
Speaking of record holders, you guys were talking some crazy numbers before. What is the highest
500 DPS
possibly gotten this thing up?
That is spooling so fast.
So I got it up to about 13,000 DPS, but that was in a system with the plasma effect generator that we talked about before, which gives a bonus to overheating, and using like perfect rolled abyssal modules.
It is breaking the other
gun.
It is breaking
You could
Kestrel.
probably get it even higher if you're in a class 6 Magnetar wormhole.
So you can get this into some ridiculous setups.
48,
if you have
41.
it. I think I'm actually now spooling through your hull.
Oh, bye!
I am pumping out 4,800 DPS, seeming to have fully spooled up here. So it's no wonder that CCP Kestrel is not going to tank through that. It's a lot of damage. Of course, the counterplay to trig guns is disrupting their range. If you manage to disrupt their range and they unspool, it means they're back to square one and they're having to spool again from the very start.
Yeah, this is the Astrahus killer.
That
That's
is
true.
the Barbaroga. It has, as well as this, it has that high slot layout where it has a bunch of utility highs. It also has a very generous Barone Bay. 250, I believe it can have mediums, so it has 50 megabits, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Yep,
lots of
50 megabits right
lots
there.
of extra drone base space, like most of the Marauders, for extra waves.
This is
also look, it's got 1330 something. It's got a huge cargo bay too.
The new, like you say, record holder in damage that it potentially can do. Little bit of a monster of a ship, which of course, if you have a tech to Leshak is already a very strong ship on its own.
It is also going to be the most expensive non-special edition subcapital ship in the game, like not counting things like the Marshal or the Alliance Tournament ships or things like that. Because it is a Tech 2 Triglavian ship, and those tend to cost more than other Tech 2 ships, and this is going to be no exception. So expect the cost to be somewhat in line, the cost multiplier between other Marauders and the Barbaroga to be somewhat in line between what you would see from the other Triglavian Tech 2 ships and the Empire Tech 2 ships of the same size.
So people... They're kind of used to what, an Ikitursa costs compared to Vedmak, or what a Drugur costs to a Kiki. That type of relationship.
Yeah, in that kind of range, yeah. Of course, the price is very much up to the supply and demand of the market, so expect it to be much higher at first. Yeah, a day one or day two after the Legion expansion, Barbaroga is going to be extremely expensive.
Oh yeah, it's going to be.
It'll come down and stabilize.
Yeah, week one is going to be insane.
It is a beautiful looking hull. Gotta give it that. It does just look like a Leshak that has gone to the gym a bunch. It's just, I like the way it looks for sure.
Show the industry
next
window.
thing up that we wanted to showcase is the Sarathiel. I'm going to warp us around back to the station, and we're going to dock up there for a second. I'm hoping, because what I wanted to showcase was the MJDing of it. Let me see. Let's get us warped back to here.
And again, when we're talking about MJDs, I'll make sure to mention that for the first time ever in Legion, there's going to be a special higher quality version of MJDs out there. For all of the MJD sizes, you'll be able to get the new storyline version from the new.
Yeah, we'll get patch
Exploration
notes next week,
Escalation
though.
guides.
While we're in Warp here, we can actually just look at that variation. It's going to be called the Sarasier version of the micro warp drive. What is the difference between
the real lore heads will know where that comes from. It's a deep cut chronicle name, but actually it's also visible in the description of the.
Hold on, I think I know where that's from. Hold on, the chronicle. Is it from Inferno? Hold on. Inferno, is that actually, yeah, is that where it's from? That's my guess. Nope, Aki. What was the name? XAR? XAR ASIER? I don't know. Wait. Maybe that is his name. Did I get it right? Yes. This chronicle's so crazy. Yep, here we go. In the Inferno Chronicle, which is the story of them. Yeah, okay. So Sarasier was the guy who forced the other dude to be to build it. This is a great chronicle. So basically this chronicle is talking about the Inferno drug. So the Inferno drug is this special drug that like makes the person like a genius by making all these extra connections in their brain, but then after it's done, it leaves them a vegetable because like it creates too many connections in their brain and they just basically their brain gets fried. And so this guy, Zarathiel, or whatever, convinces this other dude, Sarasier, forces this other guy to take the Inferno drug to make the micro jump drive. This is the invention of the micro jump drive. So like the guy is not happy about it, but he's forced to take it. Aki is forced to take the drug, and then he, you know, goes brain dead. But as a final FU, he left as a special code. So this is the test. It's been a long time since Kia and Avagar had taken time off together. He was being given more responsibility than ever at Duval. Someone said he'd been groomed for CEO. Kia had taken up her own research again and was successfully running a small pharmaceutical company in her spare time. Avagar had chartered the Opix luxury yacht with a small crew and was taking her to see all of the astronomical phenomena that she had dreamt of witnessing all of her life. With all of his work and continuing success at the company, he still had time for her, and that made her happy. Do you want to see the flaring of the solar limb? Asked Avagar. The ship is fitted to withstand most violent flares that you can think of, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Sir, you might be happy to hear that we actually have one of your inventions fitted to this very ship. We recently acquired a Sarasier micro jump drive. So he took credit for it, right? He convinced this dude to take the drug, and then he takes credit for it because the other dude's out of the picture. Perhaps you and the madam would like a demonstration. The captain was quite thrilled to have the actual creator of the new device as his passenger. Where would we jump to? Asked Avagar. There's nothing here but us and the sun. 100 kilometers forward, replied the captain with a smile in his eyes. Just for fun, really. Sure, let's give it a try, Avagar shouted jauntily as he put his arm around Kia. The captain initiated the drive. Deep within its circuitry, the main loop started to spool up. As it calculated the correct coordinates, a small clause in its code ran an undocumented check, reviewing the passenger's charter. As it detected the name Avagar Sarasier, a subroutine within it initiated. It calculated the ship's position, projected jump coordinates, locations of nearby planets, and the absolute position of the nearest sun. From outside, everything seemed to function perfectly. Avagar was somewhat excited, since he had never been inside of a ship doing a micro jump drive before. The engine continued to spool up, and a mild vibration could be felt from the floor. Suddenly, the ship jumped. It didn't go 100 kilometers, though. It went further than that. In an instant, a few hundred kilometers deep below the glowing surface of the sun, a small cruise ship materialized. It took a microsecond before the violent forces fueling the sun to consume the entirely dissolve the ship, its crew, and its 2 passengers. The disturbance caused a small solar flare to shoot up from the photosphere of the sun, the plasma arcing brilliantly for a few moments before collapsing again and merging with the twirling plasma on the solar surface. So basically, this guy forced this other dude to invent the micro jump drive and then take credit for it. But in his final, like, cognitive moments, he left a small Easter egg in the micro jump drive. So every single time you use a micro jump drive, there's a small check for the manifests of your ship to see if this guy happens to be on it. And if he happens to be on that ship, it jumps to the middle of the sun instead of 100 kilometers forward.
Yeah, the modules, but yeah, it's like most storyline modules. The special versions here are going to both be a little bit more powerful at their base thing.
Let's see. So it's a cheaper activation cost. It's a much shorter activation delay, or reactivation delay. So it's like half the time in reactivation delay. It looks like it's a longer activation time, but also I think that that's going to be that's because this one's on a ship and this one isn't. Smaller signature radius bonus. That should be it.
So you'll, like, for instance, on the ancillary repairs, they'll do a bit more armor and shield repairing. But
Well,
also,
the problem is you can't have his corpse. His corpse was burned up by the sun.
so they have big benefits to things like fitting cost, capacitor use, stuff like that. So this has got a shorter reactivation time. It's got a lot less power and CPU use, and capacitor. It's just generally a great module all around.
Make a new character to
It
test
shaves here
something.
half a minute of MJDing, which is a pretty big deal. And you said that this would only be something you can get through the exploration sites, the new ones?
Yes, at least at first. It might come in other places later, but for now, the only way to get it is for blueprints. That'll be rare drops from the escalation sites that you can get exclusively through the new exploration.
Tell you what, you know what? Nullsec, you can have all of the cool exploration sites. You can even know about them. You can do all that stuff. But I gotta say, the fact that Nullsec have the best access to Deathless ships pisses me off. Like, that ticks me off. The fact that as a supporter of the Deathless, I don't have the best access to Deathless ships does legitimately make me annoyed. More than anything. You let me have an actual availability of being the supplier of Deathless ships as a Deathless agent, then Nullsec can have whatever the hell they want, as far as I'm concerned. But the fact that they took what was for the pirates and gave it to the Null blocks, and then shut out our ability to mess with them, more or less, like, nope, that still ticks me off.
Soft upgrade.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually ask CCP Comic, could you put us to full screen again so we can talk to you? I'm gonna relog real quick. I want to see if I can smoothen this thing out. Tell me about the Seraphiel. What is the Seraphiel, CCP Kestrel?
Yeah, so the Seraphiel is the Angel Dreadnought, which has been added for Legion. The art asset for it was shown at Eve Down Under a long time ago, and like the player base has been bugging us about it ever since we've shown it off. So we finally pulled it out, and it's ready to go now. The Seraphiel has, I don't know if you want to wait for your client to come back before I start talking about the bonuses, or if you just want me to talk about the ship anyway.
And we
You
can
can-
talk
you
about
can
it in
talk
broad
about it.
strokes now, and then we can also show it when he's back on.
Yeah, so the Seraphiel, the best
I just realized how much actual, like, skill and knowledge about EVE Online is currently on this stream. CCPB, CCP Fozzie, CCP Kestrel. This has got to be, like, the single most concentrated block of knowledge about the game. Lore, mechanics, fleets, everything. Like, this trio right here has got to be the single largest concentration of EVE knowledge that I've ever seen.
thing to compare it to probably would be the Naglfar. It loses the shield boost bonus that the Naglfar holes have, but it has a lot harder. It has a bit more DPS, but notably it does a lot more Alpha Strike because it has both of the bonuses into damage rather than rate of fire like the Naglfar does. It also has the warp speed bonus that the Angel ships have, and it does have a fall off bonus as well, so it does hit out quite a bit further than the Naglfar does. But most notably, it is actually able to move while in siege mode at 10% of its normal speed, so it's still a bit sluggish, but it can still move around if you wanted to, and it's able to use the capital micro jump drive even while it is sieged.
That is the biggest
God,
part
that's
of the
pretty.
ship, in my opinion. The fact that it can MJD while in siege. So I've got the client back up here, and we're going to look at it as we're going through the bonuses on it. It has this one here. Can MJD while in siege, can even fit an MJD, which is not something that other dreads can do. It's something that came with the carriers I think it was in Equinox, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was a bit before that, if I remember
Oh.
correctly. But yeah, not too long before, I think.
It all blends
Might be wrong,
together.
too. Yeah.
I think it was
There is
Equinox.
another bonus on here, or a roll bonus. Can move at 10% normal ship velocity while in siege. Can you talk about why that is there, and what is the intention
I think we
of
know.
that bonus?
We know why.
So that bonus is useful if you want to reposition slightly. There are some situations where it could be super useful. The main reason for it, though, is it allows you to move while you're in siege, and that means you can align and like set a direction to be able to micro jump drive. Otherwise, you'll just be stuck in like the direction that you're facing when you're in siege.
Yes. So that's actually one thing that I wanted to showcase here. And we'll pretend that I've just come in.
And yeah, I get you, Gina, and that's fine. I just like, I want my own method of getting the deathless ships. The fact that I'm like locked out of it pisses me off. Like it's like I get it. Like I don't know. Yeah, it seems so wrong to me. Like let nullsec have nullsec stuff, but like the fact that nullsec get the most deathless stuff seems so out of character.
Through a Sino, and I'm stopping my ship, and I'm just gonna warp down to a ping I've got down here, 200 below station.
I mean, nullsec has been fucking over deathless agents since the beginning, right? Since Bubbles and Zarzak.
Or I could have warped in, I guess, although dreads don't often warp into range.
When you do warp into range, though, this one has the
This
classic
one is
Angel
faster.
Cartel warp speed.
Very true. So we'll give this thing here a second to stand up right after the warping down here. It is a beautiful looking ship.
Yeah, it is worth noting that it still does have the mass penalty while in siege mode, so it does take quite a while to turn while you're in siege mode. So if you're trying to like MGD directly behind you, it's probably going to take like about a minute and a half to be able to align that way.
Yeah, it means you just got to be pretty strategic about the facing of it, because yeah, it's not gonna turn on a dime, which makes sense. It's a dread in siege mode.
That is one of the challenges, though, when you have something like a siege module, when historically you hit siege and you have no control over where you go and what you do, and if you get bumped and you're drifting, that's just the direction you're going. And when it comes to micro jump drives, and if you want to be able to control where you're going, that doesn't really work. You need to be able to at least sluggishly maneuver in a certain direction. We're going to showcase this off. I'm going to sit right here, and I'm going to MJD in a second up to a very different spot here, but just to do a little flyby of this beautiful ship here as we go into siege.
Ship. And the siege animation on it is great too. The front with all the energy.
Yeah, I mean, nullsec is going to cry, but they have a lot of considerations. I'm just saying. Yeah, the way that Skyhooks and Mercenary Dens came out when it came to relationship between Deathless makes me frustrated. That's all I know.
Coming through is awesome.
I believe if I hit this button here,
no, just make it so that I can buy Deathless BPCs with the Angel or with the Faction Warfare. Here, okay. Add the Tholos and the Cenotaph to the Angels and the Guristas Faction Warfare LP store, and then make the Counterinsurgencies their own LP store that lets them get BPCs for Eating Com ships, Upwell ships, and Ore ships. BPCs, not BPOs, so you can still get BPOs for Orcas and stuff like that and have it be worthwhile. You can still research those, and they're going to be worth more because you're getting 0 ME, 0 or 0 TE or whatever BPCs from buying it for LP stores. But that fixes the fact that eating comp ships are right now too expensive because DLP is too hard to get. It fixes like a lot of different things, and it makes it so that it's worthwhile to become a counterinsurgent beyond just being a faction warfare pilot. It makes it more interesting to be a faction warfare pilot. It makes it so that the insurgents can like have a reason. Like right now, like just being able to build angel ships, it makes it so that the pirate ships are really out of whack. Where angel, like the Macariel is so much cheaper than the Balgorn because the LP is more obtainable, and it's like one of the only ways to actually like get rid of LP for the Angel faction warfare. Also, like the fact that Angel faction warfare and Guristas faction warfare is so focused on Titans and Dreadnoughts for faction warfare is really kind of bizarre. Just let us get deathless ships. That's all I wanted for Christmas. Jesus.
It should be going into siege mode now in just a second.
Yeah, I get you, Gina, and you're right. But I'm trying to avoid just being like, man, nullsec cries too much. I'm trying to avoid that position and just focus on the exact thing.
Hit the right button with all the things hidden. There we go. You're going to see the panels opening up. You're going to see the guns going out.
I love the flow of the power to the armor plates and the fire on the middle. That's so good.
It's a very menacing looking dreadnought. So I'm going to sit here. So I've hit my siege. And historically, other dreads, you can't move once this is a thing now. I'm going to go back to the orbit camera here. But I have these pesky Vargers sitting here, too far away to do anything about them. What this ship can do is I can approach, if I had someone to warp to or whatever. You're going to see that I am moving, but my top speed is only 11 meters a second. But when it comes to these
it's not very fast.
Directional modules, like an MJD or a bomb launcher, any kind of movement is almost good enough as long as you are just going there in that direction. So now that I'm heading in that direction, this is going to have the same range as the other MJD, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's correct.
So 250 kilometers, which means I'm going to go from down here, and I'm going to end up roughly around here next to the station. Now, I could go and shoot all of these dreads up here, then these dreads or whatever targets I'm shooting, Vargers. But I could also start preparing my next jump. I'm still moving in that general direction. But let's say I now wanted to deal with the Vargers on that side. They're a little bit out of my range as well. Because you've put this thing where it can maneuver around, I could align myself to there as well. But it's going to take a while. You're going to see the speed very slowly start ticking down. And if I were to immediately MJD again, my velocity is still going in that original direction. So if you've used a command destroyer to boost things, if you've used just a local micro jump drive on ships, you know that sometimes you're a little too quick. You double click somewhere and you jump, but you actually go sideways. The same logic applies here completely. I'll make sure I shoot some of these Vargers to let the Vargar haters in chat at least get something.
Did he just one-shot a
Destroying them here
Vargar?
with all these Vargers on scan.
Fucking yikes.
One thing, however, is going to be kind of hard to see exactly when you are aligning into the right direction because it's such tiny movements. You're not going fast enough to see your trajectory, so to speak, that line. So you're going to have to get a feel for, when are you actually aligned to certain things.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
But I'm pretty sure that people can master this once they realize to be a little bit gentle with when to MJD. Now, one thing I'm pretty sure that people project, however, is going to be kind of hard in chat, at least somewhere, and you jump, but you actually go sideways. The same logic applies here completely. I'll make sure I shoot some of these Vargers to let the Vargers.
22,000 damage volley.
Is to be a little bit gentle with when to MJD. Now, one thing I'm going to do here is not something that we do often on stream. We're going to space magic this module here into just being finished with the timer. I'm going to just take it off my ship for a second. unload me this. We're going to put a new one on because we don't want to wait 3 minutes every time I MJD here. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, I did. So now I'm aligned back to the other direction.
They pointed out, good point. It
but
is
there's
an
not
empty
really
barter.
something that tells me that
22,000
except
raw
where I've
applied
clicked
damage
and
is
kind of a
high,
gut
but
feeling that I'm going fast enough that I've probably aligned my ship properly to that direction. Meaning
there's
that when
nobody
I
in it.
MJD again, I should end up much
Well,
closer
you
to those other
apply for
targets
CCP
here.
and get hired.
I think this is going to be an interesting dread when it comes to just its own maneuverability. There's nothing like it. I mean, there's carriers who can do this, but there isn't a dread that can do this, who can now, you know, be RD fit and kind of make plays around being that. So do you think people are going to RD fit these?
Oh, yeah. What just happened? Is the stream working fine? Yeah. What? What happened to my connection? Why isn't this loading anymore? Y'all can hear me. Stream's still going good. Huh. That's it. Yeah. I'm not even logged in. Uh, 1:11:52. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, here we go.
Happening, yeah. The huge amount of alpha is going to be very interesting for that.
Yes, it does have a chunky damage bonus for sure. You
It does
can
have
roll.
the fall-off bonus too as well, which is also useful for artillery, and it also has quite a bit more power grid than the Naglfar fleet issue, so fitting artillery fits is a bit easier on it.
Yeah, it's also a lot faster. There's another fit I want to showcase here. As a drifting dread enthusiast, this is much faster than the Naglfar fleet issue by like a couple of 100 meters a second if you're micro warp driving in it. That's not something that a lot of people will do with it, but you can do a drifting type dread with this.
I don't know. I think a lot of people might do that.
And then just keep MJDing around, although turning at those speeds is nigh impossible, basically. But this is it's a very unique thing to be able to MJD around in a dread. One thing that I always wanted to see was like groups
Yep, 22, 23, 5.
of drifting dreads, or RD dreads in general. I thought maybe when the carriers got the MJD module that we'd start seeing RD Naglfars being MJD'd around. But who knows? Maybe some people are gonna make some cool plays in the Sarathiel. I think I wanna warp it around a little bit. Let me see.
Yeah, Battle Rogue.
Am I close enough to
CCBB is pretty well known for the Battle Rogue, if I remember.
You know what? I think we have another way to deal with.
What is your opinion on the specialization for this ship? I mean, I think that honestly, like what he's talking about is the drifting thing is pretty good. It'll be interesting to see how this works with high angle dreads, because that's going to be like the big decider of whether or not it's going to be effective as a solo dread. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I think that it could be very good for drive-by plays, because you can jump a whole bunch of these in, or some of these in, align while bastioning, or not bastioning, sieging, blap a thing, and then micro jump drive away. Like, you can have the micro jump drive prepared, so if anything tries to get close to you, you just micro jump drive to free yourself up a little bit, to give you a little bit more time. So yeah, I see this as being like a drive-by sniper.
The problem of being here in the middle of nowhere. Could you maybe undock, Fuzzy, and we'll showcase another aspect of the ship?
Undocking now.
Maybe the aspect of blowing it up.
Gotta love some explosions every once in a while.
Okay.
It shows up in the big version, the Azariel.
Yes, also with the pink skin, of course.
I don't actually see it being pink, or maybe. Alright, send me to the nether regions.
Wait, what?
All right, so yeah, what I'm about to show
It is
off
definitely
here is another
aspirational.
of the balance changes we've made in the Legion expansion, which is that we're buffing single target doomsdays.
Oh,
What a great
and
segue. Let's talk about that. So
The
DDs
yeah.
are getting
That's
buffed
it.
quite a considerable amount.
Yep. So we're both buffed the base damage of all the single target doomsdays, but then we've
I don't
also
know a lot of
added a
people who
new
consistently
skill
choose
that
not
makes
to
them
go
even
to
more
not go into
powerful.
capitals.
And this character on the test server happens to have that skill, which contributed to the damage there.
I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. Are you saying I don't know a lot of people who consistently choose to not go into capitals even though they've played the game long enough? I mean, like, this might be... I think this is a bias of play because, like, most of the players that I know with enough skill points to get into capitals haven't. But that's because most of the players that I know are in faction warfare. If the most of the people that you know are in nullsec, then yeah, obviously on a long enough timeline you're going to want to get into capitals.
And so now you'll be able to do even more damage with a single target doomsdays, which really helps because we've had things like the Navy Dreads kind of push the HP limits on capital ships a little bit. And that's part of a whole package of other balance changes that we got in this expansion, including a bunch to resistances, some changes to
That's true. Pro tip, everybody. I've been given a lot of advice in my life. If you want to fly a capital, make your first capital an alt. Train an alt capital pilot before you train your main into a capital pilot. Just word of advice, pro tip, because the way it works is the fleet roams around, and then when they find something that's too strong, they jump in all of their capital alts. So if your main is training capitals, then your job is to sit in a hangar somewhere, hoping that you get called in, but you might not get called in. So your main goes out with the fleet, and your capital alt jumps in when necessary.
to carriers and super capitals. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of exciting stuff.
It kind of starts with surgical strike being fully reverted when it comes to the resist part of it, and then adding extra plate bonuses back to the super carrier and titans, and then you're kind of in a position where you also have to buff the DDs. The DDs were also somewhat due for a buff due to the addition of faction titans coming into the game. How much more damage are they going to be doing compared to before with a single target DD?
45%, right?
So it's a 25% buff to the base damage of the modules themselves, and then a new 7.5% per.
I hear surgical strike mentioned a lot. What is that a reference to? Okay, so EVE Online surgical strike patch. So during scarcity, 15th of April 2020, they did the surgical strike patch. And here we see a 20% reduction in all resistance modules. And now that was partially reverted a few months, like a year or two ago, but this is the rest of that reversion. So this was a huge change in how much, he means Pirate Titans when he says Faction Titans, right? Yes, because there is no Empire Pirate Faction is still Faction. There is no Empire Faction Titans. Yeah, there's no Empire Titans yet. Or Faction Titans. So yeah, you see this. So this is what they're referring to, is this 20% reduction in the effectiveness of all resistances modules. So this didn't affect rats. This didn't affect like natural resistances. This is only mods that give you resistances. And then yeah, all of the close range Tech 2 ammo got their damage bonused. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. The surgical strike skill. But like this patch became so famous because of the fact that like it changed the meta significantly.
Per level bonus to the to them from the skill. So those will all add up really well.
If I'm not mistaken, the boson and lance.
If you've learned something during this stream or you just enjoy hanging out with us, make sure to like the stream. It does really, really matter. The difference between streams where a lot of people get like it versus not, the visibility is huge. Also, share it with a friend. There's a lot of good information in today's stream.
For Titans are also getting buffed. Is that correct?
I don't believe, correct me, you, Kestrel, am I misremembering something? I don't think we've touched those.
I think at least on this server, we've got the bosons doing more damage, so I might be overspeaking. But I believe I heard something about the Lancer Dreads not getting buffed, but those details will come out on patch day itself, I suppose.
Yeah, the base damage of the Lance and the Bosun didn't get buffed, at least. I don't know if the skill is applying to them or not.
Gotcha.
I don't think it's intended to. That might be a, but we can double check. It's possible something was updated more recently too with the plan.
Could be. I guess we'll find out the exact things, but for sure, the single target DD is going to be getting the treatment that we just talked about.
Lancer Dreads absolutely do not need a buff. That's true.
And talking about
they're in a very good
plate
spot.
Bonuses, we're getting the plate bonuses back onto plate and extender bonuses back onto Titans and.
I don't think they're disgusting. I just think they're in a really good spot.
Supers, which is going to put their EHP quite a bit higher than it is now. And then we're also reverting Surgical Strike in general when it comes to the resist part. Why are we doing that?
Shake things up. Every once in a while, it's good to make some changes to balance, to give people some new...
Like I said, take off the boots, right? You didn't have to have the boots off in the first... You didn't have to have the boots on in the first place, but it feels so good to take the boots off, right? Like, it's a good way to give a 10% buff to all resistance modules when it's basically a freebie because we're just going to a world that we already had before.
Fitting challenges. In general, it's going to mean more survivability for large ships.
Scarcity was a painful time. We were ready for pain. Now it just feels good to get rid of it.
The damage side of Surgical Strike. So it's the changes to resistance modules. They're going to all be a little bit stronger, or all the ones that were affected by Surgical Strike. So things like the active and passive resist modules for shield and armor. It doesn't affect things like reactive armor hardeners or damage controls. And yeah, the big plate bonuses are back on the super caps as well. Yeah.
I think most people are really happy about the close range damage staying the way it is. Void, Rage, and all those type of ammos staying. I think it was 25% extra damage they got in the original Surgical Strike, and that's been really healthy, I think, for the game in general, to let the really close range damage ammo do all that, extra bit of oomph. So we're really glad that that's
There's
sticking
the pink
around.
skin.
I can see that you're pink now. For some reason, it wasn't. Half pink, half green. I like it. So a couple other things that we're doing besides just Surgical Strike and these supers and Titan changes, logistic ships are going to be getting a touch up as well. CCB Kestrel, can you talk to me about which ships are getting which buffs and what those buffs are?
Yeah, so all of the Tech 2 logistics cruisers, so the Anira, Scimitar, Basilisk, and the Guardian, are all getting a brand new bonus that will help with their survivability. So starting with the Aniris, it's
Wait, what did you just say? Hold on.
Are getting which buffs and what those buffs are.
Yeah, so all of the Tech 2 logistics cruisers, so the Anira, Scimitar, Basilisk, and the Guardian.
What about the Zarmaz, huh? What about the Zarmaz? Where's the Zarmaz buff? All the Tech 2 Logi. This is almost as bad as forgetting that the Vigilant is a thorax hull, and that the Scythe fleet issue and the Augur, what is the other one? Navy issue exist.
Are all getting a brand new bonus that will help with their survivability. So starting with the Aniris, it's getting a 15% reduction in plate mass reduction, so it will be able to move quite a lot faster, the same as the Navy Excura has, which is kind of like the same ship hull. We also buffed the agility and speed on it a little bit because it was quite a bit slower than it was the same base speed as the Guardian and also a line slower than the Guardian, even though the Glanty one is meant to be more of like a skirmish one, and the Guardian is meant to be the sort of the like cap chain logistics that has more EHP.
So they're going to be a little bit faster. They're also going to be a little bit tankier with the surgical resists.
Logistics cruiser bonus. It's a logistics cruiser. It's got the requirements of logistics cruiser 1.
Coming back. But we're also changing logistics in general, aren't we, with the diminishing return, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so we're making some adjustments to the formula for diminishing returns of remote assistance modules. It's basically being adjusted to be to scale a little bit slower. So if you have a lot of reps on a target, which is especially significant if you have a lot of capital reps on a target, like a lot of force.
Yeah, this is basically not going to affect non-capital
then
reps.
Be diminished slower. So it's going to mean more repping power overall.
Going back to
unironically, this entire expansion is a gigantic buff to Capital's survivability across the board. The resistances, the extra plates, the extra reps, the rep fall off, like all of these things. Like basically, they can play it off that these are like buffs to the Guardians, buff to this, blah blah blah. But like really, we're going to see a massive change in the survivability of Capitals.
More brawly, tankier type meta with E-War mattering more than just pure Alpha Strike. I'm liking the direction that we're heading in when it comes to fleet warfare, when it comes to small gang engagements.
Yeah, Zarm and Radiva's, they ramp the rep. That's why I was showing earlier that you can actually make a Zarmaz that starts out with the rep power of a Guardian and then ends up with the rep power of 2 Guardians within a minute and a half.
You'll be able to maybe catch reps on things that you weren't able to before. It might take you a little bit longer to chew down the targets that you're trying to kill, but I think it'll end up in cooler engagements altogether.
Zach's been hanging out with us a lot, man.
Kind of slug it out in a longer brawl than just a quick pop and then dot. Do we have any questions from chat regarding the stuff that we've been looking at in the last couple of minutes? If not, I think the next thing we wanted to go to... Let me see. Can I show you the BPC and bill of materials? I think you'll find out all the industry parts of both of these ships when the ships come out. We don't generally showcase those things. They can also be changing in the next couple of days or week.
There you go. My Discord crashed, but I'm back now.
Welcome back.
Before it crashed, I was just trying to quickly say, CSP Trash Panda is whispered in my ear because he was watching the stream, to clarify about the Doomsdays. So yeah, we haven't changed the base damage of the AoE Titan Doomsdays, like the Titan Lances and Scythes and Bosons, but the new skill, the new 7.5% damage per level skill, will affect every module that requires Doomsday operation, so it'll affect all of the Titan Doomsdays. It won't affect the Lancer Dread lances, but it'll affect the Titan lances and Bosons and all that.
So they're all getting this
He's
buff
pretty cool.
that through their skills.
They're getting through the skill, yeah. The new skill will affect all of them, yeah.
I did have a couple of other questions in chat here. The 10% of normal speed doesn't include with micro warp drive. I can actually show this. I made a drifting dread version here as well. And while we're waiting to undock with this, I just want to showcase that you can still get this dread up to speed before you siege up. And when you siege, it'll retain that speed. It just means you won't be able to turn in MJD. Some people are also asking about the loss mill. I can open that up, sure. Pop that open to here. I'm going to undock this other dread. As a drifting dread enthusiast, of course, I had to see how fast could I make this thing. To fully push it, I'm going to pop in some snakes and stuff too. Plug this in. And then I believe the last thing we want to showcase here is the visual update, but we'll give that just a moment. Just to satisfy that one person who really wants to see how fast you can push this thing. I'm glad you asked because I had it prepped. Pre-overheating this 1600 meters a second in a dreadnought, and I don't have any nanos on it. I still have a couple of tracking enhancers. Not the shabbiest. It of course will take quite a while to get to that speed, and that bonus that you were talking about and asking us about, 10% normal speed while in siege doesn't apply until I'm in siege, and when I click it, it's not going to suddenly handbrake turn me to 10 meters a second. So I just wanted to showcase that real quick. We'll do a couple of cycles of prop mod here. Really push this thing close to burning itself out. I know that old me would have been very excited about potentially flying one of these. So if I hit this now here, we're going well fast enough here. It will still take quite a while to lower here. It's going to go down, but it's not like a instant handbrake turn to 10 meters a second kind of deal, which would have been also kind of strange, because that would have prevented you getting bumped and all those types of things too. But it probably goes down slower, faster than a normal dread would for sure. Of course, if I now MJD, it will only go in the direction that I'm going, which is towards the sun. And if I want it to MJD again to the left, then good luck. That's not happening. I have way too much mass going towards that direction for that to happen. Even though I can double click to the left here, I can try to turn the prop mod on and turn. It is going to take. It's not going to want to turn to the left until this is completely halted, basically. Are we gonna let this thing here just? I can't actually while I'm in this. I'm going to also dock out again because the next thing I kind of wanted to show you guys is the update, the visual update here. Which ships are we updating visually, guys?
She's so cute.
I believe it's the 4X and all of the variations of the 4X, like the Dynamis and the Phobos, the Mauler, the Omen, the Scythe, and the Celestis.
The problem is that they've claimed it's 13 hulls, but that means that they're not including the Vigilant, the Scythe Fleet issue, and the Omen Navy issue, which is weird.
So they're all getting yeah, and all their variations. They're all getting a fresh.
And all their
look.
variations, but we
did update a few ships a couple of years ago, and this is kind of ironing out the rest of them, so to speak. I'm gonna warp over to where I have a bunch of these things lined up. We'll get a look at them. They look really cool in game. Do you guys have a favorite out of the four that were being touched up now when it comes to their looks?
Thorax is by
I'm a pretty
far.
big fan of the new version of the Scythe and Scimitar. They look really great.
I love the new Omen Navy issue.
The Omen Navy has this like really cool effect on the side of it, like the panels look.
Oh, there we have an Omen Navy issue. And they have the Vigilant. They figured out the Vigilant's a ship. They remembered the Vigilant. You saw it here first. Actually, you saw it on their stream 5 hours ago.
Really cool. I'm gonna disconnect the camera and do a little flyby. I do have this friend who's been wanting to see an update to the Celestis model forever.
The
and
Celestis
then we
update
updated
is
it just to
really
look like a chunkier looking croissant, and he was like, "Oh."
I'd say that, like, while I really like the new Thorax fit, the Celestis chain, like, it's the biggest improvement out of all of them. That's for sure.
My God, but I think it looks really cool. It looks like a battle ready version of what it was. It's
I mean,
really
it still
cool.
looks great, but it's also recognizably still the Celestis.
Absolutely, it is still that hull that we all know. You guys were talking about your favorites. I think my favorite has to be the Thorax, and that line. Like, it looks so sleek. It's those beautiful curves on it. I am getting a little bit of stutter here again, but I'll try my best to do a little bit of a fly through all of these ships here. So again, it's the Celestis line. So Celestis, Lachesis, Arazu. It's going to be the Mauler, the Sacriel,
Sacrilege and Devoter.
Sacrilege and Devoter. The Scythe. I actually heard that Zarvox was back, so the Scythe Fleet, if I fly over to that. I know that was his favorite
Zarvox
ship.
is back?
I'll try and smoothly fly over here to the Scythe fleet issue. It looks a bit chunkier, but it still
There
has
you go,
that
Scythe
Minotaur
fleet.
feel. It kind of reminds me of the what's it called again? The battleship.
Lachesis.
Kind of looks like the back end of
Lachesis?
the.
Lachesis.
And it's got Scythe written on it. I'm trying to control the camera and do a couple of things here. I think that would really
it has
cool.
the like the newer style.
It's a little bit
of
like the New
Minotaur
Angel Dread.
styling,
Which one?
Like the update that was done to the
Yeah,
Vagabond
the
a few
Lachesis
years
is there.
back.
Yeah. It still looks Minotaur, even though it's not sticking and just duct taped together anymore. And then my favorite here on the left is going to be the Thorax line, and they all look gorgeous. They look just so sleek. I gotta be honest, controlling the camera with a little bit of stutter is not the easiest thing I've done. But I shall do my best here. So it just looks way more sleek. Beautiful curves on it.
God, that's pretty.
It somehow looks more
Fuck,
sci-fi.
That's pretty.
It definitely
That's
looks
so
more
pretty.
like luxurious. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like it should be a more expensive ship.
And then we have, I think behind me here, we have the other three as well, because it's got the Deimos, the Phobos, and the whatchamacallit? The
Say
Budget
it.
Vigilant, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, also worth noting that
So proud of you.
the Adrestia and the Sidebelly, the Alliance Tournament prior ships,
Oh.
I don't think they have
Oh.
a unique variation, but they do have the updated model of the Thorax.
Thorax Navy issue.
Nice.
Golly. those all
Speaking
look
of
good.
the Thorax, there is another ship here on grid with it. The Rupture and the Thorax are getting slightly touched up as well. So as we're closing this out, could you tell us about the updates to the, first of all, the Thorax? How is it being changed?
It's getting a little bit more power
I
grid
see.
and a little
Yeah.
bit more speed, so you'll be able to fit higher tier blasters or railguns if you want, and you'll be either have an easier time getting either into range or staying out of range of your enemies.
Is that the Vigilant?
And the Rupture is getting touched up a little bit too. What are we doing to the Rupture?
So the
Yep, that's the
Rupture's
Vigilant right
losing
there.
the rate of fire bonus that it has, but the bonus is getting merged into
I can't wait to see that in hot pink.
straight damage bonus that it has, and then it's getting a tracking bonus. So it'll have 20% more alpha strike for artillery, but also it's going to be have a much better time like tracking smaller ships if it's brawling with autocannons, or just tracking at range with artillery as well.
It's going to be kind of pushed more into an artillery role, judging by those bonuses on it, which makes it a really kind of exciting ship for fleets. Rupture RD fleets incoming, perhaps. I think a couple of
Rupture is the new Munin.
people have already mentioned that that's what they want to do as soon as the update comes. I think we've covered all of the subjects that we wanted to cover. So I want to thank you both for your time and for the in-depth explanations of the various subjects, the solve upgrades, the new ships, the ship updates in general. Is there anything that I've forgotten to ask you or that you would like to bring to light? Perfect. I guess we covered it all and we nailed it. So thank you very much for both of your times.
And thank you all for hanging out with us today. This is day 4 of Abyss Week. We covered the Firestorm, Ikitursa, and Legion in Focus. Tomorrow we will be doing the Vagabond, right? Yeah. I think it's a Gamma Vagabond, if I remember correctly. And we will be going over the E-Frontier keynote. But thank you guys all for hanging out today, chatting. It's always great to have you guys here hanging out, discussing things, asking questions, digging into the issues, because that's why I'm here. I'm here to put even in context for you, my fellow Empyreans. And an extra special thanks to Sheesh for those gifted subs earlier, and a thank you to everyone who makes that consideration to become a member or a patron or pick up some merch, sponsor in any sort of way. I also accept PayPal donations, which could be really handy. But yeah, wait. Also consider joining us in-game in the Convocation of Empyreans. We are maximizing player engagement with EVE Online and recruiting, out there doing stuff. Tomorrow will be a Sino in Rancer for memory of a player who's passed away. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a Sino Light Vigil in Rancer is pretty spicy. Is that intended to be a bloody battle? We could theoretically check it out, although... Give me more information about that. We'll see. But if you haven't already, make sure to use a link down below or in the chat in order to get 1 million free skill points. It helps with the people that support the stream, make the Convocation of Empyreans happen. Very much thank you to everybody who's willing to hang out and just like the channel, share it with a friend, because that's how we increase the literacy of EVE Online. Better player base makes a better EVE Online. So, with all that said, I have been Asherothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming. Until next time, I'll see you in space. Also, thank you on behalf of Zoria and the guinea pigs. Like the stream for the guinea pigs. They really appreciate it.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city